Good afternoon. Notice of a public meeting of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville. Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Open Meetings Act, notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene a regular meeting on August 15, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the City Commission chambers located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall, Old Federal Building located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street. Members of the public who submitted a public comment form will be permitted to offer public comments as provided by the agenda and as permitted by the presiding officer during the meeting. A recording of the meeting will be made and will be available to the public in accordance with Open Meetings Act. Mayor, it is 5:01. You may call the meeting to order.
Thank you, Eli. I call this meeting to order. Please proceed with roll call.
We do have a quorum present. Next item is invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's all stand for the prayer and please remain standing afterwards for the pledge. Father God, first of all, we thank you for the rain we've received today that we needed so desperately. Lord God, I ask you to lead and guide each of us in our relationship with you. Draw us close to your heart. We thank you for the many blessings we have here in the city of Brownsville, and there's many other things that we still need, but we want to remember to give you thanks. We're so blessed in comparison to so many places and people. Lord, we lift up the people of Hawaii who have suffered from the fires and even those here. And Lord, we ask you to heal their hearts and souls and minds and their finances and their bodies, Lord. Lord, for this meeting, we ask you to lead and guide our mayor and commissioners and everybody presenting everything. Lord, thank you for the opportunities that we see. Lead and guide each of us in taking full advantage of those for the very best for the city of Brownsville. In the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. And now we'll have a short moment of silence where we can all add our prayers to what has already been spoken. Amen.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Next item, we have proclamations. The first proclamation we have recognizing South Texas Conjunto Association.
If we have any representatives here from the South Texas Conjunto Association, please feel free to come on up to receive this proclamation. A proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing the 25th anniversary of the South Texas Conjunto Association and their work preserving conjunto music history in the Rio Grande Valley. Whereas conjunto music was born in South Texas at the end of the 19th century, after German settlers introduced the button accordion, waltzes, and polkas to the region, which were adapted by the local population. And whereas conjunto music has a fine technical distinction, the evolution of which can be traced back to the accordion player and pioneer Narciso Martinez, the acknowledged father of conjunto music, who grew up in the lower Rio Grande Valley, who emphasized the melody side of his instrument and left the bass lines to his bajo sexto player, establishing a new sound which to this day is immediately identifiable as Mexican-American conjunto music. And whereas the South Texas Conjunto Association was established as a 501c3 organization in 1998 by Lupe Saenz Jr. to preserve, educate, entertain, and promote the unique Mexican-American conjunto music culture in the Rio Grande Valley. And whereas the South Texas Conjunto Association has established staples which further their purpose in their annual Conjunto of the Year Awards, their annual STCA Freddie Gomez Memorial Conjunto Concert, promotional program Welcome to Brownsville, Bienvenidos a Brownsville, promoting the city's attractions, events, and local music performances, regular radio and video programming, including Acordeones de Texas and Estilo del Valle in partnership with the Texas Conjunto Music Hall of Fame, and their weekly adult and youth accordion lessons. And whereas the South Texas Conjunto Association has endured for 25 years, has expanded Conjunto radio programming in San Antonio and Dallas, has established new association chapters in San Antonio, Corpus Christi, and Laredo, and has plans for a new chapter in Houston, Texas, expected in 2024. And whereas the city of Brownsville is committed to celebrating the rich culture and diversity of our people and region, and celebrating organizations which foster this, most especially in the future generations of our citizens. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of all our citizens, do hereby recognize the South Texas Conjunto Association on their 25th anniversary and their work preserving and expanding conjunto music, history, culture, and appreciation in the Rio Grande Valley and beyond, and further encourage all residents to support the STCA and organizations similar in their dedication to preserving and promoting our culture. Done this 15th day of August, 2023, signed Mayor and City Commissioners, City of Brownsville.
Thank you very much to the commission, to the mayor, the city of Brownsville. My name is Lupe Sainz Jr. We began this program right here in Brownsville. In 1998, we did some work with the University of Texas here in Brownsville when Dr. Julieta Garcia was here. Remember her? And we did some work with her. All the work that we do is for the community. Our purpose is to conserve the history, the culture of conjunto music in South Texas. As a matter of fact, conjunto music was born right here down the street, cerquita de San Pedro, por allá, cerca de La Paloma. That's conjunto music was born right here in the valley, and Brownsville is the birthplace of this movement, preserving the history and the culture of conjunto music. And we appreciate that, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We're very honored to be here and to have received this proclamation from the city of Brownsville. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next proclamation, we have recognizing Border Workers United.
If you're representing Border Workers United, please come up to be recognized. A proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing the Border Workers United. Whereas on June 16, 2011, the International Labor Organization adopted a landmark treaty, the Convention of Domestic Workers. And whereas an estimated 69 million domestic workers worldwide lack a significant contribution to the global economic importance of the work. And whereas domestic workers who maintain hygienic environments with households have been on the forefront of serving families one household at a time. And whereas lack of recognition as workers and multiple exploitations due to class, gender, race, and the migrant status has exacerbated their vulnerabilities and exposed. And whereas the ILO will be celebrating the 10th anniversary of Convention number 189 by publishing a new report on the situation of decent work for domestic workers. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of all of our citizens, do hereby recognize the Border Workers United, done on this day, the first day of August, 2023.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor. We, Board Workers United, we appreciate your support on this proclamation. And we keep looking forward to receiving the same support with the local ordinance. We hope that this year we can make it happen together. And of course, we also ask your support at the national level with the Bill of Rights. We ask you to please support and call the Congress and support the Bill of Rights for the workers at home. Thank you so much.
Next, we have public comment period. As a reminder, as per section 2-26 meetings and agendas, public input during meetings conduct, A, conversations between or among audience members should be conducted outside the meeting room. Attendees should refrain from conversations while commission is in session. B, cell phones. Attendees must refrain from the operation and use of cellular telephones, pagers, etc., or any mechanical devices that may disrupt city commission proceedings. C, placards, banners, or signs are not permitted in the commission chambers or in any other room in which the city commission conducts a meeting. Included in this prohibition are various hats, caps, visors, and T-shirts, which may represent sentiments as alluded to regarding placards, banners, and/or signs. D, exhibits, displays, and visual aids used in connection with presentations to the city commission are permitted. E, only city commission members and city staff may approach the dais. If report, letter, etc. is to be presented to the commission, it should be given to the city secretary or staff who will make the distribution. It is preferable that the item is to be distributed be given to the city secretary prior to meeting time. A copy of the item should be made available for the city secretary's official record. F, all comments shall be made to the mayor and city commission as a whole, not to individual commission members. Mayor, the first public comment is Sophie San Roman. Next, we have Peter McGuire. Next public comment, we have Yolanda Spees. Three minutes.
Yolanda Spees. When I tell officers who have retired from the Brownsville Police Department, active duty officers in other branches of law enforcement that serve Brownsville, they seem to reinforce that Officer Efrain Cervantes broke the law in my case. That means he did not know the law or he completely disregarded it and he is enforcing it, which can be a deadly situation if we aren't careful. And he just got promoted. Yay! Why is it hard for the commission to realize that if the officers do not know the law, they're breaking it? That means they're violating people's rights, but because of qualified immunity, they get away with it. They don't get prosecuted for making a mistake, but to blatantly enable them to break the law. That's just wrong, and it's dangerous. You think I'm joking about this because every time I come up here, you have a huge grin on your face like a beagle who just ate a bunch of cat feces. I was accused of being a thief and inappropriate, but smiling at someone for refusing to do anything to help them when they are coming to you and asking you for help, not just for herself, but for others, is inappropriate. Your smile's not welcome. I want you to work to prevent this from happening again because that's what you're getting paid for now, literally. Fix the problem for all Brownsville residents. Fix the problem for the rescue groups in the city of Brownsville. Do not defend incompetent and negligent police officers like Officer Efrain Cervantes or criminals like Samantha Natalie Vargas from 314 Palm Boulevard. Protect the citizens you have been tasked with serving. Allowing police to break the law and being complicit, it's not in your job description. And sending me a DM through Messenger to facilitate a dog adoption, to shut me up and for a photo op isn't how you handle this either. I see through you, as will others. I'm a concerned citizen and asking for help, and you seem to refuse to help.
Next, we have Ezequiel Silva. Three minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Was here last week, or last meeting, asking you guys to consider parking for the downtown business owners. I know there's a few commissioners here that aren't very pleased with downtown and would just like to ignore it, but unfortunately, that is where this city started. Brownsville did start downtown. I tried to walk to St. Charles from my location and I did not see any roses. I did not smell any roses or any tulips. What I did smell was a lot of urine in hallways, and on a hot summer day, it's not a very pleasing smell. For those of you that haven't walked it, you should walk it and see exactly what downtown really is. And to have an employee park 9 blocks away is not sufficient for anybody. Now, my understanding is that the city of Brownsville has issued over 300 parking passes to city employees, 300. When you're trying to get St. Charles to give away 200 parking spots, it's not gonna happen when you have 100 businesses plus employees. At an average of, say, 3 people, that's 300 passes. There's no way it's gonna happen. You all really need to consider this ordinance and open up the parking spots or give us a break. I already reached to some of you commissioners and I've asked to double the fee that you guys want to give us, $60 to $120. It's a give and give. You guys are gonna have guaranteed money every month from every employee and every business owner. You're not gonna lose money. As a matter of fact, you're gonna gain money because if they don't use it, you still get to collect the money. But we're not asking, and I don't wanna start asking a whole bunch of business owners to come over here and start petitioning. That's not my goal. But we are fighting for parking spots. Commissioner, if you all need somebody to sign a petition to move that obstacle, that which they call outside seating, we're more than happy to have business owners sign the petition and have that thing removed because it's a nuisance. It's not beneficial to anybody. But we are asking for you guys to have some leniency on this ordinance that you're all gonna pass and be considerate of us that are trying to invest and revitalize downtown, the serious ones, not the ones that are talking, but the ones that actually are creating sales tax, the ones that are actually are investing in downtown, and the ones that really wanna see this to come out fruition. We don't want to be a pain in anybody's behind. We're just asking you to be all considerate, and I hope you guys do. Thank you.
Next, we have work sessions. Item number 1, Road Capital Improvement Program, City Commission presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. As you're aware, we have been working on the road recovery fee program. And today we have Mr. Eddie Haas, our consultant, that will be explaining the next steps in this process. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to meet with you regarding the capital recovery fee program. We have been in accordance with Chapter 395 Texas Local Government Codes for the technical derivation of what does it take to the cost to provide a unit of service on the ground for road infrastructure. What we're talking about is specifically road improvements that are going to be necessitated by future development over the next 10-year planning window. You might recall a public hearing back in April where we talked specifically about land use assumptions and a capital improvements plan. Those two were the building blocks to this capital recovery fee program. We've now done the technical work to get to where we are. We have prepared a draft report, actually the final report that's been submitted. That'll be available tomorrow when the posting for the public hearing that we'll be holding in September 19th, for the consideration of this potential funding tool. But it all started with the commission deliberating on how do we approach financing future costs of infrastructure. Growth and development continues to occur. Infrastructure is lagging behind growth. And so they wrestled with this, but the notion was that new growth should help pay their fair share of cost for coming to Brownsville. That includes all type of new development, has no implication on existing taxpayers. This is new development coming to town, whether it's residential or non-residential. That was the issue at hand. As it is now, the full burden is borne by your residents through your bond programs to build infrastructure. This new program, which is a systematic approach, basically assesses and exacts the cost of a proportionate share of right-of-way based on the size of their development. The more capacity a proposed development consumes, the higher the capital recovery fee. Okay, it is a one-time fee, an upfront fee. New development, the development app or the applicants, they'll have the ability to calculate what that fee is even before they come before the development process. Generally a conservative approach has been taken with regards to the development of this cost, or what is it going to be to provide the cost, unit cost of service. And we say conservative because we're not going to be considering the full cost of the infrastructure. The Chapter 395 states that, and this was a result of the development industry in the legislature back in 2001, if new infrastructure is being put on the ground, there's an increase in ad valorem tax. New development doesn't get that fair share or that benefit of that increase. So the law is written that if you don't do a credit analysis, you credit the cost of the CIP by 50%. So the conservative approach that was taken was we're probably not going to anticipate collecting more than 50%. Let's not even do the study. Therefore, we'll only collect up to that maximum. What does that mean? That means the cost of infrastructure, and you'll see a number here shortly, that half of that cost will be borne by your taxpayers. The other half, up to that full amount, is what could be considered by new development in their contributions as part of the capital recovery fee. Okay. So there was one item, I left this slide in here on purpose, dealing with the historic downtown Brownsville area. With regards to collections, this area was initially discussed with a Capital Improvements Advisory Committee that the commission appointed. We've been working with them throughout the process, not only in the growth rates for land use assumptions, the elements in the CIP, but also in the calculation on the cost per service unit, now in the policy consideration as part of their recommendation on a collection rate. Downtown, the historic downtown area was brought up. We'll talk about the advisory committee's initial or their draft recommendations, but this particular area was brought up particularly because it aligned with several of the strategic initiatives for downtown. You can see those listed here with regards to planning and zoning, economic benefit, and infrastructure. By way of the process, again, I highlighted land use assumptions. CIP are driving the capital recovery cost study. The study is now complete and now has been documented. And so what we're dealing with from a road perspective only, and the projects that are identified on this image here are 130 projects. These are roadway projects only that are rooted in your mobility plan. The draft mobility plan that's been prepared, Ben Magallon of ATG, he's here if there's a question regarding the mobility plan. But the road component is only one portion of this multimodal plan. That multimodal plan also consists of active transportation, that's bike ped, it also includes transit. But for capital recovery fees by way of Chapter 395, only the road piece is being considered for that element. That doesn't mean that if in the road sections, if there are some wider sidewalks as part of the standard for road improvements, that those aren't used for active transportation elements. $570 million is what we've calculated for the 130 projects that are identified on this map. Red projects are new roads that haven't been built. Blue projects are widenings that are depicted on the map. Or in other words, you have 2 lanes out there, adding 2 more lanes. Only those 2 lanes we're adding into the program. So if you think about the cost, $570 million, someone's going to pay for that over the life of the city. We're talking about a 10-year window. Of that 570, around $270 million is that credit. So that leaves the cap that we can go to. And then by law, the calculation is the cost necessitated by growth. System-wide, $197 million will be attributed to growth over the 10-year window. That's what's going to be collected. At the outset of the process, a service area structure was developed. You can see the service area structure underneath those road projects. 19 service areas were identified for the city in compliance with state mandate. That means each calculation is done separately. So a very technically involved process goes to that green column there. And what is the cost for a unit of service, a vehicle mile of road on the ground? And you can see independently the numbers range anywhere from 0 to a high of $3,200 per service unit. That's not the impact fee, that's the cost per service unit. A land use equivalency table then determines what the fees are. So in other words, because traffic is generated differently by different kinds of land use, the higher the traffic generation, the higher the fee. So this is the unit cost to provide unit of road. That equivalency table then will result in the capital recovery fee. We went through a benchmarking process with the advisory committee. We highlighted here on the image, this is kind of a summary image, 4 different categories of land use. But what we did more importantly was we benchmarked communities that have a capital recovery fee program in place. Listed along the bottom, communities in Central Texas, South Texas, North Texas, just across the board that have these kinds of programs. But highlighted in blue are the different levels depending on the collection rate. So in other words, we've calculated the maximum that you can collect. So the policy question is, you can go up to that maximum. So what we've highlighted in these bars, let's say in the case of the top left square, that the road capital recovery for one single family residence, the blue bar starting with the far one on the left, if you collected at 50% rate, the actual capital recovery fee would be $6,000 for a single family residence. If you collected at a 25% rate, that capital recovery fee would be $3,000. A 10% rate, it would be a $1,200 capital recovery fee. So we benchmark different kinds of land uses to kind of help guide the advisory committee on if we're going to contemplate a capital recovery fee and a collection rate, what are some of the things that we need to be considering? Obviously, and we'll talk about this here in a minute, there is a recommendation for a different collection rate for residential land uses versus non-residential land uses. We'll talk about that here in a second. But I wanted to highlight these 4 boxes. They were also in those charts that I just showed, just to highlight what are the sample of some of the costs could be. And let's start with the lower left here, a 50,000 square foot strip center. This is your typical strip center that you might find in urban, suburban areas, 50,000 square feet. Using the average of all those 19, not independently, but the average, if you collected at the maximum allowable, that capital recovery fee would be $324,000. At the 25% collection rate, $162,000. At the 10% collection rate, $64,000. You're probably thinking, that's a lot of money for a 50,000 square foot strip center. The fact of the matter is that strip center generates traffic that impacts your system, chewing away at the capacity that's provided by those road projects. If you decide to collect less than 50%, someone's picking up that delta. Who would that be? The tax base, your existing taxpayers, okay? One other sample here on the lower right, 150,000 square foot of light industrial. At the maximum collection rate, that would be a capital recovery fee of 780,000. You can see the other numbers, 390,000, 156,000. These are real dollars we're talking about, but in the same respects, this is the real impact that's created by these types of developments, okay? Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, we worked with the advisory committee. Those committee members were appointed by the commission at the beginning or towards the end of 2002. They took this very seriously, particularly in the deliberations of their recommendations. They provided their comments on the land use assumptions again, on the CIP, the technical derivation of those numbers, but then it becomes the question of what's the maximum you want to assess? And then more importantly, what does the city want to collect? Okay, that's where the policy consideration comes in. Their last act will be to deliver to you all a letter of recommendation on what that recommendation rate should be if there is to be a capital recovery program. There was some very in-depth discussion from two fronts. Number one, they felt that it was important that new development share in the cost of impact, the cost of providing new facilities, number one. But number two, they didn't want it to be onerous on the development community itself. So we had a lot of discussion, particularly on residential and how it's applied residentially, how it's applied non-residentially, but they took this stuff very seriously. So number one, the majority of the advisory committee felt that now's the time for a capital recovery fee program. Yes, something should be implemented. You will see that recommendation. With regards to implementation, when should this thing start? We're targeting a public hearing in September. If that were to pass muster and it's adopted in September, and then with the 30-day ordinance in October, that would mean November 1, any development that comes in after November 1, they're subject to the fee. They felt that that was too quick. They felt that there should be a delayed start to the program, particularly because new development that's already in the pipe or those that are starting the process, there should be some time to allow them to finish that, then get it through the development process, through the P&Z, through the commission, get those approvals. And so they felt that a 12-month delay is appropriate, okay? Initially, that was a 6-month discussion. After the back and forth of good discussion, takes about on average 9 months to put the development plans together. 12 months is what they're currently settling on. And by the way, they are seeking your input. So they have a draft of these recommendations, and hopefully we're going to be able to capture some feedback from you all tonight, and hopefully they're watching tonight. But they are in the same shoes you're in. We think this is an appropriate, important finance tool, but we want to make sure we charge the right amount. So any feedback that you all provide tonight, they're going to be listening. So yes, capital recovery, a 12-month delay. What does that mean? It means that if let's just say we could start October of 23, you wait 12 months, started in October 24. The law says there's a 12-month grace period for those to pull a development permit. So in essence, those developments in the pipe, it would be October of 2025 before they would, if they don't pull a permit by October 2025, they would be subject to the fee. Any development that comes in after October of 2024 is immediately subject to the fee, okay? With regards to a collection rate, they felt that there should be a residential rate at there should be a rate for residential at one level and non-residential at another level. Specifically, they felt that $2,000 per lot was about right. We talked about what the capital recovery fee could be if you collected at the 50% rate, the 25% range. They just felt that, wait a minute, there's water and wastewater capital recovery fees already in place. That's $800 and $1,600, $2,400. $2,000 was the number that they felt was appropriate for start, with an annual increase of about 5% per year. You implement this program, every 5 years you revisit this thing, okay? They felt that let's start with $2,000 a lot residential, increase it by 5%, so it's not so onerous at the 5-year mark, then decide what do we want to go from there. For non-residential, they felt that 25% of max would be about right. In some of those scenarios, you saw how those numbers, how they increased, but that's the cost of development and the impact of development, more importantly, on infrastructure. Same concept there. They felt that a 5% increase on that collection rate of 25% was appropriate. With regards to exemptions, they thought that, okay, development that's already, in the case of residential development that's already, lots are being built and they're 80% done, they felt that the remaining 20% should just be exempt. During some of the commissioner briefings that we had, some great feedback from you all. We need to put some caps on this thing. We need to close some of the loops. One of the comments was, okay, well, is the 20% exempt no matter when they build? Is it 5 years down the road when they finally decide to build, 10 years down the road? Maybe there should be a consideration of a cap or a time frame limit on that. With regards to mixed-use developments, again, the wording was a little nebulous, but if there is a residential component provided, and if 25% of that residential component is dedicated for workforce housing, that there could be a reduction in the capital recovery fee by 25%. Kind of some incentives there to provide housing for workforce, housing units for workforce, the workforce group there. Legacy businesses, they wanted to be somewhat friendly to those businesses that are already here in Brownsville. In Waco, when we spoke with them in implementing their fee, they came up with 10 years. If you're a legacy business in Waco, 10 years. The comments that we received here is that if you're a legacy business in Brownsville for at least 5 years, and you're going to expand, your site would be eligible for an exemption for an expansion. So one of the comments we received back from the commission in our briefings was we need to be very specific here on what kind of exemptions we're going to allow. There was the other element was, I mentioned it earlier, the historic downtown. So initially there was the idea of we exempt, or we have some exemptions for residential and non-residential in the historic downtown business district. The advisory committee felt that there's already enough exemptions in the downtown that there shouldn't be any other considerations provided, residentially or non-residentially. And that was after a lot of deliberation back and forth between the members. So they felt that they have enough exemptions and discounts as it is, that the historic business district should not get any more. Okay, in a nutshell, that is not only the results of the technical work, but more importantly, the draft considerations by the advisory committee. So I'm open for any questions you might have, but more importantly, any feedback that you all have with regards to collection rates, whether it's whether it's regard to 3 different areas. Number 1, when do we implement, if we implement it? Number 2, collection rate. What should that be if there is a residential or non-residential, and or if there's any exemptions? So open to any questions you might have, but then more importantly, any direction you might be able to offer.
And I may only request for, if the developer doesn't pay for it, who pays for it?
If the developer doesn't pay the capital recovery fee.
Who's paying for all this right now? I think that's something that.
Oh, the study?
The new roads.
Oh, the new roads that cost right now will be picked up by your tax base. Unless this funding mechanism, capital recovery fees, is adopted. If you all adopt that tool, then that burden is shared by new development up to the level that the commission decides. And that would be up to 50% on a collection rate.
So I think that I might be confused about a few things. So I understand the road development and the tax base, as you just said. I understand all that. I'm thinking more, my questions are more in terms of kayak.
In terms of, I'm sorry?
This last slide that you have, SEAC or kayak, isn't it called kayak?
The advisory committee.
Oh, the CIAC. Yes, sorry.
So it is, I don't see the point of giving a 12-month delay in start if there's also another 12-month delay available behind the door of that. I mean, we have to redo these every 5 years. We've just given 3 years away. So I don't see the point of that. I don't see the logic of that either.
So where that stems from is by law. If we start, if adopted here, October of 2023, by law, any development that has received approval, since the capital recovery fee is assessed at plating and it's collected when the builder pulls the permit, they have 12 months to pull a permit. After that 12-month period, they're subject to the fee by law. They felt that, you know what, to be development friendly, they added 12 months to get development that's starting or in process, give them a chance.
For 3 years?
It would be, yeah, technically 3 years with that grace period. Yeah.
Okay, so I personally think that's way too long. I don't have it right. I mean, I don't have an exact number in my mind. I agree that 1 month starting in November or whatever that was way too fast, but I think 3 years is too long.
There is another consideration. When we began the policy drafting, we as the consultant team, we pulled 6 months out of the air. 6 months specifically for getting internal processes going. You know, the cost calculators, getting everything rooted and integrated in your internal development processes by all the departments, et cetera. We felt that 6 months might be enough. Well, they felt there's no way you can get development plans done in 6 months. That's where they discussed at length how long it takes to actually do prepare plans. On average, 9 to 12 months, but they honed in on 9. That's where 12 months comes from.
And with that consideration, the 57 million, I think it was
570.
70 million, thank you. What is your time estimate at a rate of, maybe I'm going to ask the question wrong, but that's not going to be done overnight. Obviously,
That's
it's a
correct.
great deal of money. But the longer grace period we give to alleviate our, that would not alleviate our tax base, is going to extend the time frame that we can complete that those road improvements, correct? Have you done the math to know what
Yes,
that would be?
You're very correct. All these improvements aren't going to be built overnight.
No.
They're not going to be done in 10 years. But by design, the improvements by each one of those service areas, there's a list, those projects in service area 2 or 3, so that as monies are collected, they can be implemented toward any one of those projects within those service areas. So let's say it's a 2-lane, widen a 4-lane, but we need the intersection area done more than the length of the project. So there's flexibility in how those funds get used, but more importantly, it's about putting those projects on the ground. If there is a delay in the program, well, we've already determined that $197 million, based on the land use assumptions, based on how the city is growing, we'll be able to collect 197 million over 10 years. So if we just parse that out, 9 million per year, push and there's more or less up to a 3-year grace period. We're talking 9 times 3, 27 million, 25 million, somewhere in there that gets either portion of that pushed over to the tax base or just projects don't get implemented. They'll get implemented, but just not
Right away.
as development occurs. That's
Okay, thank you.
Hope that gets your question there.
I have questions on the 5% annual increase. I know you mentioned revisiting this every 5 years.
That's correct.
Is that guidance or is that law?
Just guidance.
That's guidance.
That
So-
would, that they, in a lot of the communities that we've worked with that implement this funding tool, the idea is that they're starting low and slowly ramping up. That was the idea. And so the idea here was, okay, let's start 2,000 a lot, increase the 2,000, not per cost per service unit, but the 2,000 by 5% each year.
So $100 a year,
Sorry?
$100 a year, essentially.
Yes, that's correct. And then non-residential, that's the collection rate. So that collection rate being bumped by 5% each year. Remember, this will be just the advisory committee's recommendation to you all, for you all to take under advisement as part of the deliberation on the process.
And I think my feedback on that would be that when we craft this, it should be crafted so that if there's no action taken at the 5-year mark, that fee freezes right where it is. But I think we don't want it open-ended to where if we forget about it, we're not putting it on the agenda, there's other priorities, the fee continues to rise without us having revisited as designed, especially because 5 years from now, there could be all new faces up here.
That's true. But by law, this has to come before the commission. So the trigger is at least every 5 years, the program is reviewed so that the planned numbers that we've developed, the cost estimates for the roads, that if projects are being built, those actual numbers are being put in.
Mhm.
And we kind of talked about this last time in the CIP. Those cost figures that we've developed are conservative in nature, on the low side. The reason for that is if it costs $1 million for a project and then the actual number is only 500,000, that puts the city in a potential refund situation, and we don't want that. So we've gone low on the unit costing approach to the development of those cost estimates. So at least every 5 years, or if the advisory committee felt that we need to take a look at this sooner, they would send a letter to the commission saying, hey, guys, we need to take a look because of growth or whatever. We need to look at this thing in year 3 or whatever.
Thank you.
So my question is on the exemptions. If we visit that slide, I wanted to know, and maybe you can educate me in this aspect, what is your tool of measurement of what is 80% to 20%? Does the permitting department have somewhat of a measurement tool for that?
So
What constitutes 80% done and 20%?
yeah, and that's a great comment that we would want to tighten up what is 80% complete. To me, it's 80% that those lots are completed, certificate of occupancy. That's how I would see it, but we would want to spell it out. Or receive feedback on what you think 80% is.
Okay, yeah, so I'll probably have to ask what, I'll have to probably walk through the whole permitting department and then seeing from there the steps. So thank you for that. So we can just define that, that would be great.
It would
To
be
avoid
on a per lot
confusion.
basis, and if there's 80% that have received certificate of occupancy, then that remaining 20% would be exempt. But we've already received a comment as part of our briefings about should there be a cap on that remaining 20%, or are they free in perpetuity?
And the collections would all go through the permit department.
Yes, and through the development departments, I think we need to kind of ferret that out when we develop our internal processes, who has it. But one thing is certain.
This would be a new enterprise fund, similar to our airport or landfill or what have you. So it would be its own separate account, because we have to be very careful, because that pot of money is not mixed in with other pot, because we're going to be audited, right? So specifically has to go for new construction or increased capacity of roads. So it is going to be its own enterprise fund. When we look at we will be looking at how other cities operate it effectively. I mean, we have many enterprise funds now. So we'll still identify the collections. Right now is your guidance on, what you think the criteria should be.
Thank you for that, Helen. Further, each one of those service areas will be its own independent account. So you'll have 19 bank accounts to ensure that monies are spent on those projects where the new development's occurring by service area.
I think a comment on the time to revisit this, 5 years would work out, because we're talking about that we would not proceed with this or start seeing collections of funds till year 3. So
For those
maybe
that
a
are already.
2-year period gives enough time to see if this is working or not.
And in reality, you'd start the study again, probably year 4, so that year 5, when the due date is up, the new study has been updated, new policy considerations implemented on that new date.
And last question, how will developers be notified of this implementation fee?
Well, it's typically through any other ordinance. I mean, it becomes an ordinance and through the development process, posted as part of your development process here in Brownsville. So
I think you've had numerous public workshops. You want to just, you have already through the committee and through, so I don't know if you want to just summarize that, what you've done in terms of public engagement.
We've primarily met through the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. We've had staff meetings. Through the process, we had talked about having a developers roundtable just to get them up to speed on what all this is. There have been meetings as part of the mobility plan So the public has been informed on that. There was some development present at some of those mobility plan meetings, but we haven't had a formal one per se of, a developer roundtable. So that's always something that we could
Well, we
do.
can do that.
Well, I think this is a great idea. Infrastructure is extremely expensive, and we do need to close the gap. So I think this is an innovative way, and it's already happening in other cities.
Yeah, so the law was enacted in 1989, kind of perceived as a North Texas thing because a lot of North Texas cities had them. You had a lot of MUDs in Houston, they didn't have them. Out West Texas, you never thought about it. But now they're prevalent all across the state. West Texas, East Texas, South Texas. So it's a more common funding tool on implementing infrastructure. That's for new capital cost only. So if you're thinking about operations and maintenance, you can't use these funds for that. That's a different tool.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
You say South Texas is already doing this. Who is doing this?
Yeah. So Port Aransas, Portland. Port Aransas has had capital recovery fees. They call them impact fees. They've been in place since '07. For roads, they're implementing drainage now. Portland implemented about 2 years ago. Corpus Christi is in process. Their targeted completion is in '24. That's as far as the coast and south in Brownsville potentially. In San Antonio, there's a host of cities there, suburban growth cities that have this tool in play. Austin implemented it, Lockhart, Round Rock, Pflugerville, Georgetown. So.
And do they all have 3-year grace periods?
Each city has their own thoughts on what that ought to be. The ones that we've implemented, they went with the state law, the 1 year. But remember, that's for those in process. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Okay, thank you very much. So we are moving forward towards that public hearing on, we've targeted September 19th. And Johnny, it's tomorrow. And the posting goes out tomorrow, the 30-day public posting. So the report is already in staff's hands. That newspaper advertisement goes out tomorrow. So we'll be back on September 19th. Other processes we have going on, we are going to circle back with the advisory committee on what we heard tonight, so they can kind of deliberate one last time. We'll probably meet with them. If we don't meet Friday, we'll probably meet early next week so they can kind of formalize the letter, get that to staff and the city secretary in September, early September, September 1. Then it becomes public hearing time. So, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item, we have presentation on fiscal year 2024 budget workshop number 2.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Commissioners. For the record, my name is Mike Delmore. I'm the CFO for the city. Tonight, we'd like to present the second workshop with the budget package for consideration later tonight for ratification. I want to remind everyone that a budget is primarily done, at least I believe, for the framework to deliver to citizens good customer service at a reasonable cost, and we firmly believe that this budget enables that for FY24. If you look at our team here, we've done a good job of trying to update pictures. We'll continue with that effort. Not every picture is new, but quite a few of them are recent, and we're proud of our commission and our mayor. I call this slide sort of a Hall of Fame. If you look at what's happening in the city, it's a lot of groups working together. It's GBIC, our business wing, city commission that's here, municipal leadership in the city manager's office, our partner PUB, which we're engaging with a lot of projects with, and then BCIC. In order to make the magic happen, all groups have to work together. We like to call Brownsville the 15-minute city, that we're proud of the fact that our streets and highways allow us to get around efficiently. The Space Edge project is due for more launches in the fall, LNG is coming. Part of our budget package with the issuance of the bonds allows for 5G. Broadband, a $19 million project, was brought to us by ARPA. We just had the Games at Texas a few weekends ago. It was well received. Charo Days is in February. And right before we get back to school, a lot of mothers are bringing their kids to the zoo. And of course, quality of life and the roads and bike paths that we have here are huge for the city. And we're very proud of Avelo Airlines and the new routes that have came in. And so my hope is, and the city manager's hope, Helen, is that next year at this time, we have a few more circles, a few more wins for the city where we brought new business and new partners working together to deliver the economic growth that the city needs. If you look at the budget package that we put together, it was loud and clear that there's two main initiatives in our budget, and that is to reward employees, to attract new employees, and to deal with the street improvements and highway improvements that are needed for the city. This budget delivers that. There's a 3.5% COLA that's given to all employees. That's proposed. The last time a cost of living increase was given, it was 10 years ago. So it's well overdue. From the budget surplus that we have at the end of FY23 that we're forecasting, we're estimating that we can give a stipend to all employees. These would be civilian employees. There's 672 full-time employees, the last payroll. That stipend would be $13.15 per full-time employee. And then there's 36 part-time employees, so that would be half of that, or $658. There was a study done for salaries within the city compared to 16 benchmark cities. We couldn't deliver that complete package last year. We held out the 12%. That's in this year's budget to make up the study. And then longevity for every year with the city, there's a small dollar amount given. That program was started last year. Our city managers elected to carry it forward. And you look at the cost of it, $261 versus the total budget is really just a small sliver, and we think it's a good use of funds. Looking at street improvements, our Public Works Director, Doro, gave a very nice presentation at the Chamber of Commerce last Friday, talking about some of the programs. And we have $14.5 million in this year's budget and CO offering devoted to streets. And I want to remind everybody that a street isn't just out of your box, you plug and play. It takes time. There's a design phase, there's a rebuild phase, and then there's a repair phase as well. So we ask our citizens that as these street projects are put in, they have patience with the city, that there'll be a little bit of pain in the growth in terms of roadblocks and congestion as those cities are coming, or streets are coming to fruition. So some of the big projects within that street repair are Old Highway 77. It's an $8 million project, and $4.5 million of that project's coming from the CO. We're proud that that project's coming underway. And additionally, there's a project for Stagecoach Road, Wild Rose Road, East 14th Street, Coffee Road, and Old Alice. And that's the bulk of the $14.5 million. We like to sum it up succinctly so that people can view where the monies are coming from. And it's color coded for a reason. The purple or dark blue is CO funded, and we have a presentation tonight to ask for assistance to go forward on the bond. And that's $30.2 million that we've asked for. It consists of the Gladys Porter Zoo match, network switches, $11.5 million for streets and roads, $800,000 for sidewalks that are hike and bike trails, $200,000 for beautification. And then we have $1.5 million for the historic Market Square building, $7.6 million for infrastructure. And then every year we like to replace the ambulance and fire trucks so that it's not all done at once. Through a cycle of 10 years, everything gets replaced prorately through time, and it's more affordable for the city. And then the Public Works Department has a real need for some heavy equipment. So those blue ones round out the $30.2 million. And then we talked about the objectives of the actual budget, and it was to reward employees. But before we even start the budget, there's contractual commitments. And last year, the police contract was ratified and approved in December. So that was after the budget was done. So in this year's budget to budget, we're looking at 2 years of a police contract. That's $1.6 million. The fire contract was actually done in September. So we were able to incorporate that into last year's budget. The 1-year impact for that, year 2, is $490,000. We have a cost recovery amount that we need to make for multimodal, a 2.4 million. And then we talked about the COLA and the longevity for employees and the 12%. So that brings us around to what we're doing for employees. On top of that, the Gladys Porter Zoo Hot Funds. When we were out here and Daphne made a presentation a few weeks back, it was sort of suggested that we move the 500,000 to 550 to be consistent with last year. You can see by that little orange increment, we listened to the suggestions and Daphne's group and their board ratified that. And so we're coming back to you with the 550 as part of this budget. And then the 14.5 million that we talked about earlier, that includes 2 million of operating funds and the 12.5 million for the CO. So all told, you can see on one page where our money's going for the bonds as well as the budget. Now, not everything got in. There's some operating expenses that didn't get approved. In order to meet the salary initiatives, operating expenses for the most part are flat year over year. There's some software requests for various departments that we believe we can fund next year, just not out of the gate. And every city, every business has compression issues. It's just how it is when you hire new people in off the street, and we'll be able to deal with those with the surplus of the sales tax. And then one-time expenditures, we have a few solutions on that to follow later in the presentation. The next chart, shows property valuations, and it goes back for a 10-year period. If you look, it started in 2013. We're sort of stuck in the $5 billion range. Then we go to $6 billion, and then we creep to 7, and then all of a sudden you see 10 billion, and you ask yourself, what happened? And I'd like to think that there's a lot of things happening. It's not just the result of inflation. There's some true organic growth. You look at the Acela software that was put in and approved by council. That enables the permitting department to process permits efficiently in order to enable this growth. Zoning ordinances play a factor in this as well. Code ordinances, the 380 agreements that your council approves that comes through on tax agreements impact it. TERS agreements, business development efforts by the city manager and her staff, they impact this. And of course, GBIC and BCIC have an impact as well. So it's not just one thing that causes the economic growth, it's a multitude of things. And you can see that the skyrocketed growth that took place from 22 to 23 is really, really fantastic. It's 28%. That's unheard of for a border community. That compares well with suburbs in Dallas and Fort Worth that's exhibiting some of the fastest growth in the United States, and we're right there with them. A 5-year growth plan of 11%, and then over 10 years, it's 8%. This is where your budget starts. When you have the property tax valuations, it allows you to work with your tax rate and to fund all your operations of the city. And because we had the growth here, it allows us to do things this year we haven't done in years past. And, with this comes rewarding citizens. And that reward to citizens is, what can you do for our tax rate? Look at 2014 to 2020. It's a 7-year period. That tax rate did not move. It's 0.700613, one of the highest tax rates in the valley. Then it moved down just slightly in 2021, 0.4% to 0.697964, a little bit more the next year. And now this year it's down almost below 60 cents, 0.607987. Collectively, for the 3 years, that's a 13.3% drop. That 60-cent rate makes us competitive with other cities in the valley. It encourages businesses to move here, and it encourages families to move here. We're very proud of this. It puts us where we should be to compete against other cities in the valley. And it's one of the highest decreases that we've seen across other competing cities in the valley. And you look at the property tax value that was on the prior page, the $10 billion, and you go, well, what does that mean for a mix? I'm here to tell you that $100,000 of residential, it costs more to maintain than $100,000 of commercial. And you ask why? Well, it's police, fire, road services that you have to deliver as a budget. And that costs more than what it does for commercial. And right now we have a mix of 69% residential to 31% commercial. Ideally, our planning department, city manager tells us we want to be 60-40. We're trending in that direction. And if you look at the budget that we're about to request for approval this year, if we took out the commercial entirely and just left it with residential, we would need housing values to be $367,000 versus the average of $280 in order to get this budget approved. So it just shows how important it is to get a commercial mix.
Yeah, previously in 2019, we were about 80% reliant on residential and 20, so the needle's going in the right direction. But in terms to be economically sustainable long-term, the 60-40 in terms of revenue, property tax generation would be a good way. That's why what GBIC does and what we all do to move the needle towards commercial and BCIC as well, working with our partners is very important with changing the land use pattern. And that way our property tax residential is burden less, right? And you're kind of shifting that to commercial industrial and creating more jobs.
Thank you, Helen. We're very, very proud of this next slide as well with sales tax. It shows that in an 8-year period, it's more than doubled, 112.5%. It's an annualized growth of 14.1. And if you look down below, there's only 1 year that went down. That was 2017, and it was just a small drop. So this is sustained economic growth. And over the last 3 years, look at that piece that's circled in green, 17.9, 13.6, and 5.1. That's a collective rate of almost 37% over a 3-year period. And if you go back over time here and look at some of the bond issuances, one of the things that were in those bond issuances is that the people here had to give excuses that we were a border community, we were impacted by a peso devaluation, which hurt the city. It's gone the other way now. The dollar has dropped, peso is comparatively more, and we're getting people across the border that come and shop here because of that, and their peso goes further. So when Helen and I presented to the bond rating agencies, we pointed this out. We have a stronger economic base because of that stronger peso. We want to look at what we're predicting is surplus sales tax for next year and talk about how we get there. As everyone knows, we're 45 days behind in how we get monies back from the state on sales tax. Our May year-to-date number is 28.8 million, and that's 8 months through the year. If we just run it forward at that same growth rate, it's a little bit over 5% over last year. It equates to 43.2 million. Our budget's 35.6. And then we're projecting a nominal 5% growth rate for next year on top of that, which brings it to 45.4. If you look at that prior slide, 5% is lower, obviously, than the 14% that we've compounded for the last 8 years. So we think that's conservative. But doing that math, it brings us to a $9.8 million surplus next year versus our budget. And our anticipation is this year we only did one mid-year budget amendment. We would like to do 2 next year. So you take that 9.8 million and you divide it up pro-ratably. We believe we're going to have 3.3 million after 4 months in March. And then in July, we'll have another 2.4. That 3.3 million, coupled with the surplus that we have in the general fund reserves, which is close to 7 million, puts us a little bit over 10. If we were to do a CO offering next year, we'd have the capacity from 25 to 35 million. You put that together, and then you're working collectively with GBIC and BCIC. All of a sudden, the city has the financial borrowing power to do something significant. So when the city commission meets off-site in September and looks at a 5-year strategic plan, we'll be prepared to do whatever you come up with in that plan and not have to wait a year or 2 in order to implement it. And there are a lot of needs for the city outside of what come out of the strategic plan. There are hike and bike trails, there's beautification projects, it's that quality of life initiative. Parks and Recs needs some infrastructure work. We know that the road costs have gone up significantly year over year, and we might have to fund that through incremental funding. We have a slide later on grants. They're a huge aid to the city, but typically when we go for grants, there's a matching component. So we need to be able to fund that. We talked about the one-time software. Technology allows the city to be more productive without adding people. That's always a need. And then the strategic plans in August and September, And there's always economic development initiatives coming out of the city manager's office. So we're prepared for either or. This is just a laundry list, if you will, of possible candidates. Nothing's been decided as of yet. If you look at the revenue for the city last year and this year, it's, as we've talked before, it's a five-pronged approach. The city is unique. It's diversified. It uses property tax. It uses sales tax. It uses the 10% transfer from PUB, which is very important. It uses money from the bridge, which is a little bit over $3 million per year. And then thank God for the last one, which is the landfill. The landfill contributes every year to our budget $9.3 billion. And on top of that, the landfill not only contributes to the general fund, it pays for its own capital needs. And on top of that, shows a profit. So we're blessed to have one. And you look at the life expectancy of the landfill, it's supposed to go another 25 to 30 years. You know, leaders of the city, we're looking at what do we do to extend the life of the landfill as to maybe what the next landfill looks like after that as well. This next chart is what we call a waterfall fund or chart, and it just focuses on general fund revenues and where the changes are coming from year over year. And this is budget to budget, not actual to budget. The property taxes is 2 million, sales tax 1.9, PUB 1.6. We have the landfill flat, but remember it's 9.3 million. That's still a lot of money. Bridge is at 3 million. And then all others, the interest income. Because what the Fed has done to interest rates, our budget last year was very nominal. And this year we've had a lot of growth. There's been 11 Fed fund increases over the last 15 months. And so that budget next year is actually only 75% of this year's actual. It's conservative. You want to know where all the funds are going for the city by classification? You know, we talked about the initiative to reward employees. It's changed the mix. Last year's budget, the FY23 year we're in now, salaries and benefits are 66.1%. From the COLA, it's moving that needle up to 69.6%, almost 70%. Or 70 cents out of every dollar goes to salaries and benefits, which shows the important resource people are. They're an asset of the city, and we need to take care of them. If you look then at our general fund expenditures and ask where in the general fund the monies go, public safety, which is police, fire, and the EOC, is 55.2%. And we spoke earlier that we honor those contracts at the first thing we do in the budget is make sure that those are fulfilled. And then you look at the rest of the areas that you know work out to the total of 100%. I want to make comments on enterprise, which is 2.2. A lot of cities have enterprise or technology expenditures anywhere from 5 to 7%. We can't do that out of just the general fund. We have to take a diversified approach. We go through the sales tax fund, we go through the general fund, and then we are looking at a fiber technology fund from the monies we got from ARPA, the $19 million fiber project, in order to make some of those technology improvements that the city clearly needs. In addition to that, we have one-time sales tax money surplus next year that hopefully we can round that technology expenditure and make it a little bit higher. We're in a border community, want to have some fun with the numbers and what does it all mean. If you took every dollar from every fund, not just the general fund, and divided by the number of people, citizens that we have here, it's only $2.43 per day. Not a whole lot of money. It shows an efficient spend by the city. If you compare that to the top seller at Stripes, and you bought 2 tacos, it's $3.25, so comparatively much cheaper. And if you don't want to shop for tacos for breakfast and you like McDonald's, we did another comparison here. This is an iced mocha, a little bit more expensive, $3.69, but of course the city's cost per day are still $2.43. So I like to have fun with that these 2 slides. It shows our cost versus something that citizens may purchase every day. The next one is the math behind the stipend, and I won't take you through every line item, but what it's showing is that we do have a surplus at fiscal year FY23 year end. And if you remember our budget guidelines, we want to have 90 days in our fund, 90 days of coverage, and we're actually above that. And so that will allow for a stipend of a little bit over $1.1 million. which we plan on paying the week of September 22nd. We're very proud to do that. And the city manager's office has commented that when we did this in years past in the pandemic, what was also a success was a food drive with United Way. So plans are not only to give employees a stipend, but to have that food drive in the fall too. And we think it services those citizens and those employees that are really in need of extra food at home. You know, we talk about one city, and what does that one city mean? It's everybody working together. And we have a benefits package here that I believe is second to none. You know, when you talk to employees, they talk salary, but it's more than just salary. It's what are we offering overall? And we talked tonight about the COLA, the stipend, the United Way drive, the longevity pay, but it's more than just that. You know, we had a pilot program in finance and human resources that was well received. We had people travel to Austin just this past week, first time they've ever been out of Brownsville for continuing education. And we're receiving text messages that they're happy for the opportunity. There's an employee in the finance department that comes in every day at 5 o'clock to study for the CPA exam. In the last month and a half, he's passed 2 parts. I don't know that he would have had that opportunity without this funding. And you can go from there to the human resource department where we did this pilot program, and it's opened up the doors for people's career development. We're hoping next year we can open up entire city and give all employees in all departments an opportunity to grow in their career and make something out of their lives. So we're proud of that opportunity. And we thank the city manager and the commission for approving those dollars when we came forward in the mid-year budget before. We have an enhanced savings plan working with HR for the 457B. You know, the city only contributes 27%. We compare that to other cities in the valley or nearby. San Antonio is 80%. We want to do an education program to employees to alert them of the need to save for long term. And then with that, you've heard of employee wellness programs for health. Well, there's wellness programs for financial. And an advisor we're looking at now is talking about credit scores, how to buy a house, you know, what it takes to buy a new car, the need to save for retirement. As employers, we can't give advice for that, but we think it's something that's needed for our employees. So we look forward to putting together a program that offers that. And Helen's been sort of unique and a maverick in offering this 980 Flex program. We think that works for the city. It doesn't diminish customer service, but it gives those employees that work the 9 days in a row that extra day off. And maybe they come back the following weekend a little bit more refreshed because they had that extra day and they're ready to go.
We actually did a pilot with finance department and civilian police department. They were very happy with that. And we didn't close the police department or the finance department. They're still open. So there would be a rotation to be looked at per department. And also it'll allow us to, for example, a building permit office could be open from 8 to 6, right? So sometimes that could be an advantage to someone who's trying to rush during their lunch hour or what have you to be able to pull a permit. So I worked that previously in a previous job, and it's been around for many, many years. So just be able to innovate in a way to capture our employees and then have them a good work-life balance. And it was one of the times in my life that I worked the most. So just because that doesn't necessarily have to be impact productivity for our employees.
And just to clarify, it's not working 9 days in a row. So I
No.
want to make sure there's not an expectation that we're open Saturdays and Sundays now in every department.
Business
sorry.
days.
Yeah, business days. Thank you.
Thank you.
No.
I did want to mention and just clarify our benefits package. I really believe it's second to none. Not only we have a pension that pays 2 for 1 when people retire, we have a medical program that's you know, and I'll get into the dollars on that. It's not going to cost employees any more next year. They're getting that 3.5% COLA, but if we were to raise our cost to employees, that 3.5% COLA would go through one pocket and not the other. We're not doing that. The benefit cost is remaining flat. And with that, there's a telemedicine as well, dental and vision, short-term and long-term disability. Life insurance increased last year to $50,000, and we're holding that at $50,000 as well, and continued in FY24. So it's a nice package for employees to have. I'm not going to take you through all the numbers here. The important thing is the budget for FY24, because we didn't have a lot of one-time expenditures, is projected to end at 113 days. And you ask, what does that mean? That's a surplus of $7 million coupled with that surplus sales tax that will allow us to do something at mid-year next year. This next slide I love because, you know, in finance, you're sort of interested with ROI and how you do on return of the monies you spend. And this shows that working with grants and tax-funded dollars, the city is able to achieve an efficient spend. If you look at FY22 grant expenditures, and this was aided by ARPA funds of about $10 million for the year, it was 17.6% or $36 million compared to the budget that we have this year. And that's $191 per capita, very, very efficient. And you look at the amounts this year in FY23 that have been awarded, it's a little bit less because it doesn't have the ARPA dollars in it, but it's still an effective 23.4 million. And what does that mean? If you took those dollars out from the grants and had to pay everything for taxpayer dollars, it would have been 7 cents more in our tax rate. So it's very, very efficient. Commissioner Rose, when we met last week, pointed out that she was very instrumental in starting and promoting the grants department. And, you know, we went back per her request to take a look, 10-year, it's actually 13 years, look back. Don't want to make any of us any older, but, you know, you look what it started at 4.8 million versus the 23.4. What a phenomenal growth. And you have to take your hats out to our grants department and Dr. Rose for getting this off the ground. But it just shows what can be done through a little bit of time and a little bit of effort and concerted effort by the city, and we're proud of what's been done. It's a 4.9 times percent increase from the time it started till now. And then we talked about that 5-pronged approach, PUB, landfill, and bridge. I sort of look at this as like our rich uncle approach. Those monies come in, but not every fund within the city can be funded standalone. So we're supporting public transit, 2.4 million. Street and drainage is almost $1 million. Sports park gets $500,000 from the general fund and also gets $500,000 from BCIC. The golf course, we have budgeted at 401. This year, the golf course is not going to lose 400,000. It's a little bit closer to 200, so that's a conservative number. The event center requires 366. TERS are economic incentives that we believe get a payback. The growth wouldn't happen without giving money to the TERS. And then last week out here, there was a discussion on the motor vehicle fund, and those were startup costs. We believe as the parking meter grows in infancy, the dollars will narrow and we'll get closer to a break even. The definition of an enterprise fund is you bring in your own revenue, you fund your expenses, and then you pay for your capital needs, what's left in the reserve balance. We only truly have one enterprise fund with the city, and that's the landfill. The bridge is in green because this year it's positive territory, but we're not budgeting for it next year. All the other funds in red require a little bit of support in order to make ends meet. And the goal is to make them more efficient going forward, to be self-supported so they can be enterprise funds. But we have 8 enterprise funds within the city and they're part of the budget package. We also have other funds, and we talked a little bit about the hot fund and that change that was made, moving it from 500 to 550 on the zoo. At the end of this year, there will be a surplus in the hot fund of $780,000, which equates to about 140 days. And hopefully those monies will be deployed in the future to bring a return on those sales tax dollars. We have 3.9 million almost for community development block grants. On top of that, we mentioned the street and drainage. And the debt service, tonight you will hear a presentation from our financial advisor to go forward on the CO issuance. When we get those dollars, where do they go? They go into the debt fund in order to make the payments that are required by those bonds. And here are just some of the fund balances that we talked about on the prior page. There's other internal funds. The Employee Benefit Fund, I want to compliment the city manager's office. They worked on a prescription drug program and were able to lower cost year over year by $1 million, which is significant. We also have a plan next year that doesn't have lasers in it. So anybody with a pre-existing condition, be it a blood disorder or cancer, is no longer capped at a certain amount. So we have a plan next year that makes business sense and financial sense. And because of that, we're able to roll out an open enrollment period to employees that's not going to cause for an increase with with next year's plan. Fleet and facility services is a big one for the city, and the enterprise applications, that's the technology piece that we talked about earlier. And here are the fund balances that are budgeted for each of those three. Lastly and not least, this budget does not contain a fiber fund, but the $19 million we got from the fiber are in works right now, being deployed. We know that it's going to bring future revenue. So any monies that are brought in next year for revenue will be upside. And the key is to get an annuity, monies coming in, franchise fees every year, and so that we can redeploy that and even get a return on those funds. And we think technology does that. It will improve the productivity of employees. It'll make citizen response time even better, and then also make our city more attractive for relocation for other businesses. So we hope this gets off the ground. And then lastly, it's that visionary aspect that this council serves such an important need for employees and for citizens. When you meet off-site, it's reestablishing the 6 pillars that were there before. Where does the focus need to be on the city for spending? There are a lot of projects the city needs. We look forward to when you meet off-site and come back to Helen and the rest of the team here with your direction of where you believe the priorities are. And I wanted to say thank you, City Manager's Office. We had a very long budgeting process. They're never easy. It was well administered. All the departments put forth a lot of effort. They just didn't come with numbers that were plucked out of the air. You know, they sat with their departments. They gave projections of what they wanted, and of course, we couldn't fund everything. And then we have a budget team that worked endless hours. Every time I looked up from my desk and went home, they're still sitting here working. And so this budget wouldn't happen without the help of a lot of people in the city. I'm just up here presenting it, but there are a lot of people behind the scenes that work real hard. And I want to say thank you to them for all the kind work that they did. And we thank you, Council, for listening to this plan. It wasn't developed in one night. It was over a period of weeks, a lot of people working together, and we appreciated you coming out and listening to the plan and offering us feedback in order to consolidate it and put it together. So thank you for your time.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the subcommittee of the Mayor and City Commission. I know you spent a lot of time with us to go through those work sessions and really help define priorities moving forward. So Commissioner Gowan, De Los Santos, and Cardenas, thank you for that. And also our directors who really understood the priority. It's not always easy, but I think the way that we came to a resolution also, because there are needs, right? Technology needs, equipment needs, but the way we work together is proposing 2 amendments midterm versus 1. Normally we just do 1, but we understand, we believe that sales tax will be up and we'll have a healthy, so why wait until just have 1 budget amendment? Let's make sure that we have the prioritization of those needs so we can go ahead and pull the trigger earlier versus later, because they all have needs. So thank you to our directors, and they get input from their staff, so it all trickles down for understanding the priority and really everybody putting their best effort to make this budget work and balanced, which is what our responsibility is.
Are there any questions from the commissioners tonight?
I have, Mr. Delmore. Just, first of all, yes, thank you to everyone for everyone listening, right? It's a long presentation and we were able to sit on top of that in another meeting. So we get to kind of chew on it a little bit. But I just wanted in layman's terms for you all to please tell us what's the main focus of the budget if you were to talk about 2 or 3 things that you think that this commission really, and you all as city manager's office, we're really going to focus on this year?
I think it's delivering to citizens the best customer service possible at the most efficient cost. And how do you do that? And the 2 areas that we focused on, obviously, were highways and streets, because citizens have been patiently waiting for years for that opportunity. And employees have also been patiently waiting to get their salaries adjusted.
Sure.
So to simplify it, it was those 2 areas, and addressing those and the infrastructure will allow us to deliver those services back to citizens with a cheerful voice and be able to meet their needs.
Correct. So infrastructure, right?
And I would say infrastructure includes trails and parks and open
Correct.
space. So really, when we're looking at quality, whether you call it quality of life or complete streets or what have you, it is, you can't really separate one from the other.
Sure.
It merits the prioritization of everything
And-
that is
And
infrastructure.
employees,
And also
employees as well?
personnel.
Yeah,
You know,
personnel.
we've historically, it's been difficult for us to I mean, as many cities in government retain employees. But I think many of the instruments that you see, this is the second year we do longevity pay. The first year we'd have educational reimbursement programs, where we've already had, improved benefit package, with not having capped if you have a terminal illness.
Mhm.
That's new that we didn't even have last year, and that was negotiated this month or very quickly. So it's.
That
so
also, that
for
includes cancer, right? Like for,
Yes, sir.
if there were, happen to be any person in that, there's no cap.
That's correct.
Yes, and we have a presentation on that in today's meeting. So we, with the representative, with our broker on that.
Yeah, I don't think we left any stone unturned on areas that we looked at. We couldn't necessarily fund every area,
Sure.
but we listed priorities. And those priorities that we couldn't fund, they then went to mid-year, so we addressed what you told us were the top two priorities, and we met those head on. The other ones, we know we can meet in the mid-year budget amendment. It's more like, when you have kids at home, you fund the things that are necessities, and then as you get more money in, you fund the next things down the line.
You leave the wiggle room.
Yeah.
Can we go back to number 33 on the slide? I just wanted to make sure that for people like me that are new and learning, that one right there, I believe we're on 44, 33 at the bottom right-hand corner. How important for people who say that we're increasing their taxes or that they believe that there's like some hidden agenda for increase of taxes? Could you explain this slide just in very layman's terms for everybody?
Certainly, there's two terms. There's no new revenue. And what that means is you took last year's budget verbatim, total dollar package, and you brought it over. And if you did that, what would happen is you couldn't do any increases for employees. You couldn't cover inflation. And as we all know, there's inflation out there it is hard, material costs and everything. So no new revenue means that, no new revenue. The next term is voter approved tax rate. It's when you take your increased property tax valuations and get it to the highest level that you can without going forward to voter approval. Even doing that, we were able to drop the tax rate over 9 cents. But officially and legally by law, you have to say, I increased the tax rate because the revenue is going up. So it's sort of a semantics thing. We follow the law, but we know that the actual rate is going down.
Correct. Thank you. I just wanted to be very clear because I too, I listen to people, they're like, well, there's a hidden, you guys are raising it, right? But ultimately, we are showing 9 cents lower for people, even though everything has gone up and we're able to take care of citizens and infrastructure. Thank you.
I need to point out now, I have slight concern that we're talking about slide 33 that we see on the screen here, but the packet that we got and the presentation that's available for the public, this is slide 31. So that means there's extra slides somewhere in this presentation that we don't have.
It's the the coffee, the McDonald's one and the stripes. I think you guys added those in it.
Whatever it is though, but they're not syncing up. So we need to make sure we get that updated.
Thank you for pointing that out. Any other questions and concerns we can help with?
I just have a quick question. I think the previous city manager was very conservative when it came to budgeting for sales tax revenue at, I believe it was 30% of our budget?
The policy capped the amount of sales tax we use to only, operating costs to only 30%, while other cities probably use up to 40.
Right. So I think there's an opportunity during this year through the subcommittee to look at how, should we adjust that so we don't have to do such a big a mid-year budget amendment and really deploy the funds that.
Great point.
Right. So
Just to point out what you're talking about, Mayor, if you look at this 8-year stretch, it's 112.5% actual growth, but our budget policy says we can only take 2.5% per year on top of the prior year. So easy math, 2.5 times 8 years, you're at 20%. So that gap of 112 versus that is all gone to one time. And we're doing ourselves, I believe, a disfavor
Yes.
that we don't put those monies directly into our operating budget. We'll address that next year, but I feel like the scare tactic is sales tax is always viewed as not being reoccurring. So you want to be conservative? We want to be conservative too, but not at the extent that we're putting all this money into a fund that doesn't get used on day to day. It's all one time. So maybe we can, change the mix a little bit next year to something that fits the city.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and convene the subcommittee, but do some of our own research regarding to increasing the cap of operations on sales tax and also our projection, right? Because it goes hand in hand. That way you don't have $7 million budget amendment or $9 million. I mean, our needs are now, we have departments that need personnel sooner rather than later. So being able to, and we even asked a little bit of wiggle room with the policy in the last meeting. We asked you to allow us to project higher than the policy. We went, but very conservative, a little more higher. I'm thinking, let's look at the policy, let's look at best practices, and then come to something that we can all feel comfortable with a lot sooner than the budget season, right? We are thinking of also including the budget season a lot sooner, probably even starting in February of next year. So with our directors, so that we can have even greater input and dialogue. And if by then our policy is shifted, then we can look at certain projections with regard to operating costs that right now we're kind of capped.
We really like the setup that the city has here, having 3 commissioners on the budget committee that get involved in the process early on, I think eliminates surprises. You tell us where your priorities are, and then we move forward in the process. That structure works. And then having you back out here before we actually present to filter through the assumptions, make sure you agree with it, and then come live tonight. I like that setup. To Helen's point, the only thing is we need to start a little bit earlier next year.
Last comment I'll make, I don't want to wait until it's the meeting for second reading. So hopefully sometime this week, the things we asked for at the last meeting, including what the wish lists were from departments, what got funded, what didn't get funded. And I know Dr. Gowan had asked about grants and looking at, especially with those wish lists, what could be covered by grants, what have we applied for, haven't we applied for, and what potential's out there for us.
Yeah,
We
and
can send you that tomorrow morning. We actually have that. We didn't have it as a presentation, but we have it buttoned up and ready to go to you. In
Perfect.
fact, I can send it tonight if you wish.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can send it tonight. And I think my understanding is what possible projects also could be funded by foundations. That was kind of your focus is if we had something for the library or parks or something, and you feel that there's a foundation out there that can help assist with that capital cost, I mean, why not? I mean, if there's a foundation out there that like to assist with the capital improvement project or something, then we would be more than happy to accept their donation.
Another thing is, I think we should start looking for another grant for the airport. I know we only have maybe about 3 or 4 years left at the rate we're going. So we do have to find something. I know we have a presentation from them. So, let's keep that in mind because it's a good chunk of money.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next agenda item is presentations. First presentation, Municipal Court Department update.
Good evening, honorable commission members. A lot of faces that I used to see every commission meeting, and new faces here. Thank you for allowing me to present this small update to let you all know what we've been up to over the last couple of years in municipal court. And okay. I've never used one of these, so I hope I don't mess it up, but I could. So these
If
are
you
some
do,
of
we'll
the
take it
things-
out of your budget and
Yes, I'm sure you will. These are some of the items that we'll be covering today. Some basic measurement indicators, numbers, the boring part of the presentation. I think the second half will be more exciting, but we'll also discuss some of the major trends across the state that impact what we do here in municipal court, and it impacts the local communities that have municipal courts. We'll discuss the fines and fees collected. And we'll also discuss the budget performance of the department so that y'all can see how we operate at municipal court since I came on board in 2021. The second part, I think, is a little more exciting because it's a little more proactive. We get to discuss the contract judge program, which we have implemented with the support of city management. We'll give you a small presentation regarding staff updates, highlights and accomplishments of things we've been able to do over the last couple of years, and just a small tidbit of what we look to do moving forward for municipal court. The first slide is measurements and indicators, and this basically deals with the numbers that reflect some of the processes and procedures that we conduct in municipal court. Because one aspect is what we do as judges in sitting out there and trying to adjudicate cases. Tonight, I'm here with my director hat on, giving you an update as to the workings of the department as a part of the city. Some of the numbers here that may jump a little bit is from 2021 to 2022, we had a 21% collection increase. And if you notice the numbers on the left, you'll see that there's been a 6% decrease in filings from prior year. And why is that important? Because municipal court processes filings by some of the other departments, like the police department, some of the other departments that issue citations or violations. We adjudicate those cases as a judicial officer, but as a director, we need to process those, and we need to do it effectively because once a judge mandates a fine, it also the state of Texas always mandates that the municipal court be effective in collecting those fees and fines for not only the state, but also for the city. So we've been able to maintain, if you see our projection for 2023, it's only 0.7 below what we collected last year, which had that 21% increase. And that is sustaining a 6% decrease in prior filings from the last year. And although it may seem, I would like to make sure that the commission has a fair picture. This is just not reduced number of filings with municipal courts. It's just not here in the city of Brownsville. If you see in the next slide, which I should have probably, there we go. In the next slide, you see that this is the filings statewide. And this is not, these are numbers from the OCA, which track these numbers for all courts in the state of Texas. Filings are down across the state of Texas post-COVID. And I believe over the last 15 years, they fell over 30-some%. So this is happening not only to the city of Brownsville, but to all cities across the state of Texas with numbers that are being kept by the OCA. And to summarize and to put this into an easier to see graphic, you see the number of fees and fines that were collected in 2021 in comparison to 2022 and our projection for 2023. If you notice, we've had a 21% increase in fines and collections from 21 to 22. And this year, although some of the numbers of the filings are down, we're still keeping up that number very close to what we had last year. And in doing that, we've been able to do that being very frugal with the budget that is allowed to the city, to the municipal court by city management and by budgets that are approved by this commission. We've never requested budget amendments. We usually do. We make do with what we have. Year by year, our budget has been decreasing ever so slightly. However, we're very frugal with the budget that is allowed to us. We've implemented a lot of changes that has helped streamline some of our processes and procedure that have allowed us to increase some of the services that we perform for the city of Brownsville, but we do it in a way that we allow the city of Brownsville to recapture 20 to 25% of our budget every year. So this year, our projection is that we'll be returning to the finance department or to the general fund about 25% of our budget. So we try to be very frugal with the trust that has been placed upon us when the budget is approved for our department. And that's probably the boring part of what I plan to present here today. Overall, we've done a lot of changes in municipal court. One of them is we brought back the contract judge program with the support of our city manager and with the changes that this commission made when it authorized some of those items to go on the ballot that change our charter. One of those things is appointments for municipal court officers are now 4 years rather than 2. So it's important to us that we find the right fit for judges that get appointed by the city manager. And in doing that, we're restarting our contract judge program. Back in 1998, I became a contract judge here for the city of Brownsville, and I was a contract judge for about 2 years. And after those 2 years, I want to say I impressed them, and I eventually gained a promotion to an associate judge whenever that opportunity came. But I think it was a test drive of sorts where as a judge, I got to see the demands and the levels of commitment that the city expected of me as a judge. And I was able to appreciate that over those 2 years. And likewise, as a city, as a presiding judge, we get to see the commitment of the judge coming in because some of the 8 to 5 stuff is easy. But when you're waking up, 3 or 4 times a night because we need to answer to readings, to detain individuals, blood warrants, other warrants, I think that's when it gets difficult, especially when you get up in age like mine that you wake up and you may not go to bed again, maybe 2 days before you get those C's back. But I think that tests the commitment for the judicial officer to be able to make himself available, not only to our commission, to our city, but because of the fact that our judicial officers are also magistrates of the county, the city of Brownsville has always been proud that our officers, our judicial officers, are available not only to the city of Brownsville, but to neighboring cities as well, the Department of Public Safety, the Cameron County District Attorney's Office. We've always been there to answer whenever they've had a need for us through the night, and we're proud to continue that tradition. And I think that is one of the things that we look forward when working with some of our contract judges. We are lucky enough that Ms. Ramirez was appointed 3 contract judges earlier in the year. I think we're about to hit the 1-year mark. I believe we made good choices. We opened up the position where anyone could apply. I believe everyone was interviewed at least 3 times. And we went through a lengthy process. I believe we ended up with some very good candidates. One of them, which we lost, Judge Christine Cortez, we lost because she got appointed as the new district associate for Cameron County as a CPS judge for Child Protective Services, and we're very proud of her. And we have 2 remaining judges. In that regard, we have Judge Rendon and Judge Gonzalez, who are doing a great job. And we have submitted recommendations that I believe city management is now evaluating. We've had some changes in municipal court structure. We have Ms. Veronica Deaton, which ran away. She's right here. Would you stand a little bit? You may be a familiar face because she's done a wonderful job in other departments. Well, now with municipal court, I think we're really exploiting her easy way with numbers and with technology, because she's bringing an edge to municipal court that I think we haven't had before, and that is one that we're trying to push. And I'm glad to have Ms. Deaton, and we're hoping that at some point, hopefully she won't be interim and she will gain a promotion. And now I would like to toot my own horn a little bit, I guess, in a way, because we're going to talk about highlights of accomplishments that we've had. And this I don't do just for myself, but I do it for all municipal court employees, because as a director, we can have an idea of what we want to do, but if you don't have the members of the municipal court buy in and implement the common task, it's very difficult to move forward. I'm glad to say that municipal court employees are doing a wonderful job. They bought in to some of the ideas that we brought in when we were appointed at the end of 2021. One of those items was continued growth and development of our employees. And when I got to municipal court, there were only 2 clerks that were certified through the TMCEC, which is the state of Texas certification program for municipal clerks. Now almost 1/3 of the department is certified. I think they bought into that. They see how important it is for continuing growth in education. And I think that that is easy to see in the service that we provide our community. One of the other things that they've also done is they continue to participate in some of the other professional development programs that the city has sponsored. And as we have we've seen the growth in them as clerks and as members of municipal court and their buy-in, we've been able to implement some changes that allow us to be more agile and more responsive, and probably also more agile in responding to some of the needs of the department. This has allowed us to restructure the department in ways that allow us to streamline what we do. And I believe this streamlining process has allowed us to bring great budget savings to the city of Brownsville, but also to our department. And the exciting part of that is that because we have been streamlining our process and procedures, we have had some savings. And so much so that we were able to transfer 2 full budgets from our department over to the city secretary's office because they were in a time of need, and we were able to do that. We've also, and I'm very happy about this highlight, is that we were able to restructure the base pay for our lower paid clerks without additional budget needs or demands upon the city. Now this was important because the turnover ratio of our employees at municipal court was very high when I got there. And we tried to work to see how we could help alleviate that without costing the city or going out of our budgeted amounts given to municipal court. We were able to do that. And many of our employees received a significant pay raise. Now, I want to make sure that you all know that that was just for the lowest paid clerks. We also instituted the certification program where they're allowed to receive a little higher pay if they become certified. A lot of them, I think again, almost 1/3 of our department is now certified. That has changed the dynamics of our retention rate. Is now up to 85%. I'm happy to report that the last couple of losses that we had have been done due to retirement or relocation. But our numbers have been greatly increased. And I know this is something that is not only affecting municipal court, it's also affecting some of our departments, but we're happy to report that our retention rate has risen significantly. Some of our changes have also allowed us to reduce overtime. For example, overtime utilization. We've been able to reduce our overtime needs by almost 97% since we've been there. And this has been done by the cross-training of our clerks about implementing smart rotations that allow us and allow our clerks to complete their biweekly hours on weekends. As you know, municipal court is a 7-day-a-week operation. We work Saturdays and Sundays. And so this is something that we were trying to achieve to be able to minimize the overtime utilization of our department. All these changes have also allowed us to now increase the number of court sessions that we have at municipal court. Now we have traffic sessions every weekend. Before it used to be 1 or 2 weekends out of the month. We now operate traffic sessions every weekend, and this allows some of our community members that cannot take time off of work to go to court to be able to have a time where they can be heard. So that was something that was important to us, and we were able to do that. We also had a full integration of our warrants officers. Our warrants officers go out there knocking and talking to some of our community members because sometimes it's not that we want to issue warrants, but we want to give people an opportunity to come in on their own and settle some of these things. Another of the things that we've done is, along with the warrants officers being able to knock and talk it with some of our citizens, is a safe harbor provision for our court where anybody can come to the municipal court and expect to be able to resolve their situation without fears of being arrested. That is something that's important to our community, and I think that's something that is very important to our department. Lastly, because of Ms. Deaton, because of some of the other changes that we're implementing, we completed a server migration. I believe our old system was running on bulbs. Now we are up to, I think, Windows 11. That's just a bad joke. We're now moved on to better servers that are able to give us the ability to bring municipal court up to a higher standard where attorneys are going to be able to make filings online, where people are going to be able to see their cases on the web as well. It just brings a little more information to everybody, and we're happy to have completed that. Looking forward to the future, we want to make sure municipal court is more transparent and more accessible to everyone. We want to make sure that our case management system that we've implemented now with the upgrade of the servers allow more access to everyone. And we want to continue to benchmark our court process and procedures to ensure that our performance is always where it should be. And if it can get better, we're looking to improve that. We have also established an evening magistration pilot program together with the police department, which will allow us to consider release for nonviolent offenders or petty offenses, violators that find themselves in custody. Many of these may be shoplifting or some others that increase our jail population and sometimes cause unwanted situations. We're working with the police department so we can have the night court and we're able to review some of these cases. If they're young offenders, maybe release them to parents. If they're nonviolent, being able to release them with PR bonds. But overall, try to reduce the jail population of our city jail so that we lower situations where that may become out of hand. We are also considering new services, and those are still under work, and we're waiting to visit with the city manager regarding those. But we're hoping to bring some changes to some of the services that we give to our community to be able to better assist them. That's all I have. I don't know if there's any questions out there.
Judge, thank you for that good information. First question on the fines and fees collected. I noticed that when we saw the increase over 2 years ago and what we're looking at today, out of the monies retained by the city versus what goes to the state, that one right there. It seems like the state's getting the lion's share. It seems like only 31% of that additional revenue is coming to the city. The rest is going to the state. How does that happen? How does that makeup determined?
Well, there's a lot of cost that the city is not able to capture. There are many cases, for example, for drivers under 25, that the only way we can assist them in keeping that out of the records is perhaps by offering defensive driving. That basically eliminates a fine component of those style offenses, and that could be any moving violation for anybody 25 years or younger, or juvenile offenders, and eliminates the fine component which the city could partake in. It keeps the state fee, but that allows them to take some courses that would allow us to dismiss the case for them and allow their driver license points to remain clean. That is something that by law and I know our judges make every effort, especially with young drivers that may be nervous when they come to the court. We let them know that that's an option so that they can, as a community, we want to make sure we have safe drivers out there. And if we can get a young driver to take a defensive driving class, I think that makes it safer for our community in general, but also makes it better for that driver. So that's just one type of situation where we would not keep any of the fines and we would collect for the state. Another one is sometimes when we find ourselves looking at indigent offenders that are still looking for a deferred disposition of their case where they would like to have a clean record, but they're older than 25 years, then deferred disposition is something that is available to them. Unfortunately, by statute, we can forgive the fines and the components of those fees that would be kept by the city, and we only collect that comes to the state. So unfortunately, that's the law. But maybe putting my judicial hat on a little bit here, we try to do the right thing. We've been blessed here at the city of Brownsville that we've been able to get on the bench and do the right thing for the citizen and for the community without looking into the math of what comes into the city, what doesn't. And we're very thankful for that. And sometimes it is the best thing to do. And I know sometimes maybe our good work is not reflected in the numbers that we collect, but I think it's reflected in the impact that we make with our community members that come before the court. Municipal court is, and not just us, but every single municipal court across the state is a court that sees as the most citizens than any other court, more so than county and district courts. We see hundreds of thousands of cases every year. And so we are the judges that they think about when they go to court, because many of them don't have access to the higher ones. They see us more often than they see anyone else. And I think that's a very important tool, at least for me as a judge, because I'm able to impact some of our young drivers, some of our older drivers that are still looking to make sure they have a clean record, and we're able to impact them in that regard. Now, we are in a situation here in the city of Brownsville where we have a lot of indigent defendants. The law has just changed, and that's how we assist them sometimes. We lower the fine amount to help them, and unfortunately, we end up collecting the state fees and not otherwise. But I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely, thank you. And I'm going in order of your slides. I made notes of my questions. On the contract judges, I know you said they're doing a good job, the two that we've still got. I'm glad to hear that once again, a district court is taking one of our judges. That tells me we're doing something right and we're selecting good people. Do we think we're close to having candidates that we would consider promoting to associate judges? Is the program proving itself?
My understanding is our city manager is evaluating my recommendations at this time.
Very good.
So we're looking at that and also looking at opening it up for more contract judges because we did lose one, and to give other judges that are out there in the community the opportunity to want to be a part of our municipal court system in the city of Brownsville. So finding the right fit for them and for us and for our community is important. Like I said, it was a test case and it's proving itself. So we want to be able to open it up soon for additional, because we do have a good workload there.
Very good. With the addition of the Saturday sessions, and I know now you're looking at night court, do you expect any adverse effects to the savings you've seen in the area of overtime? Or do you think you guys, and Veronica might even want to weigh in on that, do you think you guys might be able to achieve this expansion of service offerings through scheduling so that it doesn't adversely impact your budget?
I don't think it'll impact our budget at all. One of the things that we did and we discussed with our clerks is we started and now nearly completed a very robust cross-rating of our clerks. Before, there were clerks that would do one or two functions within municipal court, and if they were scheduled to work that weekend, it usually ended up in an overtime situation, because now most of our clerks are so widely cross-trained. We're able to be very flexible about them perhaps taking some time during the week so they could complete their weekend hours or their bi-weekly hours on the weekend, because they bought into our robust cross-training system. We're able to have clerks come in, take time off, help us at night, and still be able to operate without affecting our overtime and negatively.
Excellent. Last question. Because I didn't see this in your presentation, but I know I've heard discussion of it, contracting out for collections of aged fines and fees.
That is something that we used to have back in the city of Brownsville. As you know, the city of Brownsville probably had the very first in-house collection office for municipal courts. I believe it was a model that OCA utilized in implementing this across the state many years ago. However, our clerks not only see the new people coming in, assisting the people that go to court every day, they also are involved in collections. We're physically able to review 1 or 2 years within our year. So basically, we keep on operating, and we're able to go back and review 1 or 2 years every year to complete our collection efforts. but year 3 to year 14 may be neglected. And I think that where we were able to identify that there is a need for a collection agency to come in and review those files that we no longer review. And that was a process that we used to have a long time ago, and it stopped at some point. We believe that that was another tool that we could use to better perform our functions as a municipal court. And I believe that is a process that it's ongoing.
Yes, the purchasing department's already issued that. And so it's out on the street. So please, if you're interested in providing that type of service for the community, please check our website.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Very nice seeing all of you. I won't steal this.
Just FYI, the municipal court collection services bid is open until August 30th at 3 p.m. Central Time. So if you'd like to bid on that, please do so now. You can check our website. Yes, sir.
Next item, Brownsville South Padre Island International Airport, Airport Advisory Board Update Report.
Okay, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. Bryant Walker with the Brownsville Airport, and I've also got.
We can't hear you right now,
Sir,
bro.
so we cannot hear you. I think please check your volume.
I don't know if it's the volume on his end or if we've got it set for online speakers to not be as loud on our end.
Try again. Okay, is this any better?
Much better.
Okay. All right. Honorable Mayor and Commissioners, good evening. I'm Bryant Walker, Director of the Brownsville Airport. And tonight we just wanted to give you a quick update from the board and go over some of the structure and things that we have at the airport, the financial position of the airport, as well as some of the projections we have going forward. Next slide. Just to give you a sort of a makeup, and I know we have some new commissioners, and that's one of the reasons we're here. I wanted to make sure that everybody knew of the stakeholders that were involved in the airport. So of course, myself as director, we do have a 7-member board that's appointed by the commission, one for each commission member and one for the mayor. We also have ex officio seats on the board for officials from South Padre Island, as well as other surrounding areas and organizations. We also have airport staff that attend our board meetings. The legal department's always represented, airlines, TSA, FBOs, other regulators, the FAA control tower. We have the media always that, that come to a lot of our board meetings, not all of them, but a lot. Consultants, contractors, public is also welcome to attend, and some planners. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to, I believe we have 2 members of the board that are in attendance there tonight. We have Mr. Ed Rivera, our board chair, and Javier Villarreal, who is our vice chair. And so I'm going to turn it over to Ed so he can take a couple slides here. Ed has been the chair on the board for the past couple of years. He's been on our board for over 7 years now. He is a past pilot. I guess we're always pilots. They never take it away. So he's still a pilot. He has about 5 million miles of flight time as a passenger. Has been to almost every commercial airport in the world. So it's about 14 months if you just strung it all together at one time. So that's quite an achievement. He has a lot of insight and makes a great chair. So I'll go ahead and I'll yield the mic to him. And Chair, if you'd like to take over a few slides.
Thank you, Brian. Honorable Commission, it's a pleasure to be presenting to you tonight. Commissioner Martinez, you're the only one that I've not met, so it's a pleasure, and I look forward to working with you. I'd like to start off the core of our presentation tonight by providing some framework. First, by sharing some U.S. aviation industry data, then competitive data relative to our position with other airports in the Valley, and then finally providing some national data on the governance of airports in the United States. And I've been told by several commissioners that tonight's going to be a very lengthy night, so we're going to be try to be as expeditious as we can. Never presented in front of the commission. This might be a little bit orthodox, but I'd like to start off with a question. Who'd like to take a crack at guessing the number of airports in the United States? and the winner gets a pair of Brownsville Airport socks.
Those are in high demand, I'll have you know.
No, these are, no, these are highly coveted items.
Yes, they are.
I will not disagree with you. So anybody want to take a crack?
We'll let the new commissioners go first.
Okay, helpful hint, aim high. Anything.
Say 5,000.
5,000? Remember, come on.
50,000.
Ooh. But if nobody else answers, you win the socks.
75,000.
Pardon me?
75,000.
No, actually, Commissioner Gowan wins the socks. The, the number is 19,656 airports in the United States. Of those 19,656, 14,000 or 75% are private airports, and the other 5,000 are public use facilities. Of those 5,000 public use facilities, 949 are privately owned, and the other 4,140 are publicly owned. Of those 4,140 publicly owned airports, 3,328 are National Plan of Integrated Airport Systems, or NPIAS, that are included in the National Airport System eligible for federal funding. Bear with me, I'm getting there. Of the 3,328 NPIAS airports, 2,941 are non-primary, meaning general aviation, private jets, or unclassified, and the rest, 380, are what we as the public have come to know as the everyday commercial airport. So 19,380. And I'm going to ask you to tuck that number in the back of your head because it's going to become very relevant here in a little while. And I thank you for indulging me through all that, but I do want to give you some scope in terms of the aviation industry in the United States. I've been involved with it for a very long time. I want to move on to slide 3. Can you all see that? Now, I think you have a copy in your packet. I know it's hard to read, but I'll walk you through it. So this is a running tally of how we fare against McAllen and Harlingen with regard to enplanements. How many people get on a plane every year? Every year in the Valley, 1 million people get on a plane to go elsewhere. The lines with triangles represent this year, and the lines with circles represent last year. You can see that McAllen and Harlingen are pretty much at parity with one another, and Brownsville is running at a 12% market share level. So 6 years ago, when I asked Director Walker to please start tracking our competitive position in the Valley, this slide looked a lot different. McAllen has always been the market leader in the Valley, and 4 years ago, Harlingen was somewhere in between Brownsville and McAllen, and I want you to make note of that. Harlingen has since grown significantly and has taken a share of the lead. So this begs the question, why? Well, my answer may be anecdotal, but I'll take a stab at it. Others may have a different opinion. Before our new airport was built, our facilities were less than adequate. The old airport was commissioned in 1971, the year that I graduated from Brownsville High School, and the city of Brownsville over time outgrew it. The United and American gates were 35 feet apart. I know this because I spent a lot of time there. And depending on the aircraft in service, you could have between 100 and 150 people in the lobby in a 50-year-old terminal with both airlines boarding at the same time several times a day. And it made for less than an optimum experience. This, coupled with the fact that airlines gravitate to airports with appealing facilities, ample capacity, in my opinion, made for market share leakage. Harlingen was the beneficiary with, at times, double-digit growth. Now, there's one very, very important distinction that we need to make here. Brownsville is governed by a municipality. McAllen is quasi-airport authority, and Harlingen operates as a full airport authority with complete control of its budget and has 14 direct employees, which is a nice segue into the next slide. Now, you remember that 380 number that I asked you to remember. It's the number of commercial airports that we conventionally regard as our primary means of travel. This is a slide depicting the type of governance of small hub airports, and I need to expand on hubs. The FAA categorizes the 380 airports in the United States. There are roughly 900 million, almost close to a billion, people that get on a plane every year in the United States. That categorization is based on percentages, but for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to give you numbers. If an airport services more than 9 million people, it's regarded as a large hub. If it services between 2 million and 9 million people, it's regarded as a medium hub, 400,000 to 2 million, small hub, and less than 400,000, a non-hub. So think of large hubs as LAX, Chicago, Dallas, Atlanta, Houston, medium hubs, San Antonio, Hobby, Love Field, Austin, small hubs, Corpus, McAllen, and Harlingen. Brownsville is a non-hub, trending toward a small hub as a result of Avelo. So I'm going to use the the small hub comparison because we're competing against Harlingen and McAllen and because we're trending toward that category, thankfully. So if you examine all 380 airports in the United States, meaning all categories, large, medium, small, non, 42% are governed by some kind of authority. 26% are governed by a municipality. When you get to the small hub category, that number jumps up to 57%, as indicated on this graph. Those run by a municipality inches up to 28%. I'm going to move on to the next slide. So slide number 5 compares the CPE, or cost per employment, for small hub governance structures. There's really no difference. The more salient comparison is the year-over-year growth in employments. Nearly twice as much growth potential in an airport that has an airport authority versus one that is run by a municipality, which, by the way, may explain Harlingen's growth prior to the new terminal. The last slide I want to present to you before handing it over to Director Walker is the most compelling, however. Airport authorities generate on average 50% more non-aeronautical revenue than airports governed by municipalities. And this has been borne out in McAllen and Harlingen. Last year, both Harlingen and McAllen generated $4.5 million in non-aeronautical revenue last year from leases, food and beverage, retail sales, rental cars, and parking, almost twice as much as that of aeronautical revenue. So as an introduction, I hope I've given you some perspective on the aviation industry, our competitive position in the Valley, and a comparative look at governance between different types of airports in the U.S. and in the Valley. And I hope that I've given you some food for thought on the benefits of having an airport authority. I'll now turn it over to Director Walker.
And let me also add to that, Ed, for the benefit especially of our new commissioners, also with the delegation tonight is the young lady right there is Patricia Guillermo. She's also a member of the Airport Advisory Board.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so next slide. What I wanted to do is actually go over the idea that the airport is improving and where we are at sort of an inflection point and why we're really here and what we need to do about it. So, and to continue the efficiency of the operations that we've been trying to put together the last few years. So if you look at this slide really clear, you can see that we were running a deficit for the last, well, for the history of the airport. And so we tracked it and we're just showing the last few years or so, $2 million in 2018 that we were deficient, $1 million in 19, 700,000 in 20. In 2021, we had a unique situation where we were running 2 terminals simultaneously, making sure we were testing systems and everything. So our deficit went back up to $1 million until we demolished the old terminal. So as of 2022, we are using operational grant funds to cover the remaining deficit. And we have, as you're aware, on the next slide, if we can move forward, we can see here that we're in that phase two. So the first phase that we're calling it here, the improvement of the airport's finances, is the past, where we ran deficits. As you can see, the gray bars below zero. And then currently running on the operational grants from the federal government to cover all the deficit and give us a slight surplus. And then as far as our revenues kicking in, we expect those to kick in immediately. We have numerous systems from parking, retail sales, our digital displays, and doing marketing at the airport. We have all these new sources of revenues, including PFCs that are increasing by as much as 100% year over year due to the increase in flight activity. So we think this is amazingly conservative, as we're not projecting those revenues this year, next year, or 2025. We're anticipating that if we conservatively estimate all of that, we can easily cover all of our expenses. There would no longer be a deficit by, at the very least, 2026. So next slide. So now I want to explain the efficiency of things. And when we were running with a deficit, about 50% roughly, 50% of the budget of the airport was actually paid for by tax dollars, from the general fund. There were transfers that went to the airport just to support it. The reason that that was actually justified is the airport generally gets about $10 million annually in federal grants. So it's very much, a return on investment is always there. So it was definitely worth it, not to mention the emergency response capability, the connectivity for travel for the community, and other intrinsic types of economic impact. So the way we typically actually manage things, and we do individual actions and stuff that the airport needs, and we have a couple on the agenda tonight later. We figure out what we need. We submit the proposal to purchasing. We go to finance. We go to the legal department. Then we go to the city manager. So all these different processes are followed to make sure that the budget's there and all these other issues. And of course, this is after it's been proposed by our airport board. So once that happens, then it comes to commission. This is how it's supposed to function. And your body then approves whatever the action item is. And then we move forward to execute a contract or make a purchase of some kind. That's generally how it's laid out. So we wanted to give you a couple examples of how it doesn't necessarily work at the efficiency level that we need it to. So next slide. So we have a marketing contract, and then we had some discussions about adding additional marketing specifically for the new airline service that we have. And just out of, caution, we wanted to make sure that we didn't have any errors or any legal issues. So we wound up doing an RFP rather than adding it to the existing contract. So this actually slowed the process down by about 3 months, but it definitely keeps us safe and legal. But it does go through all of these different processes that there might be other options to do. So next slide. This is, as you can see, this process that we did with the marketing. These are the steps that we went through to actually get that completed. And it does look like this. So if it's not approved by one section, it looks kind of jumbled up here. I guess converting it from one form to another did this. But if it doesn't get approved at one spot, it gets returned back, and we could start all over in some cases. So this is just a diagram. It's not for you to have to figure it out. Next slide. We have the new terminal concession, or the concession at the new terminal, which I believe you're all aware of. We've been trying to get that filled for a couple of years now. So you can see at the bottom, it says time to process, couple of years and going. We've submitted a number of RFPs. Each RFP takes a minimum of 90 days to go ahead and process. You post it and you review submittals, and then you do selection, and then you do an award. We were unsuccessful in at least 4 RFPs, so it's just gone on and on and on. It did make it to commission at one point about a year ago, and then that was again, out of caution, out of just to make sure that we were following all the proper procurement processes. We did submit another RFP rather than awarding it. So that's another example. If we go to the next slide, you'll see the processes that we went through for that. Yeah, this one looks a lot better. So you can see, and if you stacked it up, it would be a very long column here. But it goes to different city departments for approval. It goes back to the commission for approval. The RFPs get resubmitted when they result in no responses. So we repeat this process over and over. And like I said, we're still in that process. And we think there's a more efficient way to go about this, because we all do want, the same results. Next slide.
Before we hand it over.
Yeah, let me hand it over now to Mr. Villarreal.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Javier Villarreal, and I've had the pleasure of meeting most of you, except for Commissioner Martinez. It's nice to meet you, sir. I am the Vice Chair of the Airport Advisory, a product of Brownsville. I'm an attorney here. I employ hundreds of people in Brownsville. I live here, my kids go to school here, and I plan to stay here. And I'm very proud to have been appointed by your predecessor, Mayor, to be on the advisory committee. And I take the recommendations that I give, I take them very serious. I take the responsibility very serious. And when I walked in here, I thought to myself, what a great building for all of you to be in. In 1997, Judge Filemon Vela asked me to be one of his law clerks. It was a summer internship, but I was flattered alongside our U.S. Magistrate Ignacio Tortella and my esteemed colleague Lino Esparza to have been asked to sit side by side with a Jimmy Carter appointee was exceptional. In '98, Judge Reynaldo Garza extended the same courtesy, the same invitation, and I sat as his lawyer up there where you're sitting right now, to his right hand, giving recommendations on the law. And I come before you today giving a recommendation. And the recommendation is to empower the advisory board so that you're not bogged down with everything on the agenda that very capable people can handle up to a certain limit. We're not asking for unbridled power. The advisory board has been in place for 41 years. And in this 41 years, it's taken a back seat. What do I mean by back seat? It doesn't have power to do anything. And you have your subject matter experts sitting on that board, along with 15 different people and entities that make decisions on a regular, that make recommendations on a regular basis. Now, I ask you, when was the last time you looked at a recommendation that we issued? When was the last time the advisory board was before you? I would say that in 44 years, we've just been taking a back seat. We want to participate. We want you to empower this board to make a decision and to help you to be your arm. But we need to have decision-making power. And again, Commissioner Gowan, we're not asking for unbridled, unlimited power. You can supervise us. We don't want to be in the back seat anymore. We want to be in the front seat. Now, give us a student driver's permit, if you will. I think we can handle it because we breathe, think, airport every day. I've been an attorney for 23 years. I've been a pilot for 35 years. And I'm proud of that. So give us an opportunity. And I think it's going to make everything flow a little bit faster. There's items on this agenda that we could perfectly handle under your supervision. I've seen a couple here. I mean, you are splitting up your time already. I think it's 40 different boards. The airport board needs a strong hand under your direction that can make decisions. It'll make things move a little bit faster. We can control, we can cap how much money we have power to decide over, but it's gonna motivate us also to keep learning. I've already asked our director, what do I need to do to become a better vice chair? I could go to Washington, DC,
and take legal courses on airport management, which I'm happy to do and pay for it if I'm empowered. Now, Jeopardy moment. How many regions, operational regions, are there in the United States operated by the FAA? Does anybody know that? You're not supposed to know that. It's our job to know that. There's 9 regions. Who's the operational director for our region? Probably not supposed to know that either, but we do. It's Ignacio Flores. He decides, he has a say-so on how much money Brownsville gets in federal funding. Here's another question, and I don't have any socks to give, Ed, but who is the newly appointed director for the East Coast for that region? Does anybody know the answer to that? Who's that, Mayor? That gentleman right there on the screen has ascended to an incredible position. You literally say it's right under the Secretary of Transportation. And through him, we want to become friends, we want to become allies with the FAA, and it's a great opportunity for the city of Brownsville to do that. But we need to be empowered, we need to be motivated, because there are people sitting on that board that have been serving there longer than you have been commissioners, and will ever be commissioners, I believe, because there's a term limit. And they have not been able to carry out a decision on their own because they're only advising. So I stand before you today, and I'm not a politician. I'm an attorney with a love for aviation. And I'm volunteering my time. And my colleague, Ed, is volunteering his time, and Patricia is volunteering her time. And do we have the next slide? Right here. Currently, the governance is reflected on the left side of the slide, which burdens you. Now, if it's $1 million project, let's run it through you. We can decide how much you will authorize us to do. The right side is a more efficient model. There's an action needed. Does it exceed our limit? You all get to decide. It doesn't exceed our limit, we get to decide. Alongside the airlines, the staff, everybody that's there at the airport, because we're attending every game. Commissioner Villarreal, we're going to every practice. We don't get to play. And we want to be able to get in there and do our job. But you need to empower us, because for 44 years, we haven't had that opportunity. Other cities, Harlingen, McAllen, they've empowered and entrusted their people. We ask that you empower us. The next slide, let's see. What are the fears? What are the fears? People in control do not want to give up control. That is pretty much the rule. But you're not giving up control, because you're the city commissioners. We want to introduce an ordinance that you will approve, and if you don't like it, we can always switch it back. And we will routinely be updating the city commission. We invite the mayor or the commissioners to participate in the meetings. Ms. Ramirez, Helen Ramirez, to participate in the meeting. And again, finally, as I stated earlier, to have financial oversight. So I've had the privilege to make recommendations to other very important people such as yourselves in this exact courtroom. It used to be a courtroom. That is in my humble opinion, my recommendation to the city commissioners.
Thank you.
So at this juncture, we'll entertain any questions.
Well, first and foremost, thank you so much for being here. It's difficult, having to do free work, volunteer work, but at the end of the day, it's God's work. So thank you so much for participating in that.
It makes it easy to give me a raise.
I do have to share with the commissioners, I did a tour with Mr. Walker. He did give me 3 extra socks. Whoever wants them, I got you. No worries, Ed. But I did have a couple questions. I also wanted to point out some variables. So I did want to look at Harlingen. We talked a little bit about that, right? They have 5 airlines in Harlingen with 8 destinations. When we look at the city of Bronzeville, we have 3 airlines with 3 destinations. And congratulations on adding the Avalo airline. I think that is a great pat on the back. And it definitely shows how the city is moving forward by having that. I did want to ask, could you guys share a little bit about me, how Avalo was enticed? And the reason why I asked is I want to make sure that we repeat those steps so we can go ahead and have up to 5 airlines, just like Harlingen.
I'll be glad to take that.
All right.
So this is Brian, the director again. We frequently attend air service conferences where airlines and airports meet, and then they have rather brief meetings where they go over what we call origin and destination travel numbers. So we know where everyone travels and we can see the demand, whether it's actually being fulfilled or not, or if people are choosing other modes of travel, whether it's Greyhound buses, Drive, or something like that. So actually work with airport consultants that build all the data. It's DOT data. They refine it, they mine it, and then they give us the valuable information telling us what cities that we should be traveling to that we're not. And so I'm actually at a conference right now talking with airlines. I've spent all day in meetings talking with airlines. And at these meetings, I'm giving them all this information. So that's the process we use with Avelo to get them to come in and serve, the 3 destinations they're now serving: Burbank, Orlando, and Vegas. And we basically just give them the data showing the business case. Then we bring it to the city, and if there's incentives or something that one of the organizations in the city or the city itself want to give them, they negotiate that independent of the airport incentives, which are typically fee waivers and rental waivers that are capped at a specific period of time. We use that same strategy with all airlines that we talk to. We just need to make sure that the airlines we're talking to are going to those cities that we build data and have that data showing we should be serving. So that's kind of how that works. Does that answer your question?
I would add to that the city commission's involvement, the city manager's involvement, and the city attorneys was instrumental in recruiting Avelo Airlines, which has 3 destinations, which is Las Vegas, Orlando, and Burbank Hollywood Airport. So in coordination with the airport, which is has an done a great job, as what Brian stated, is bringing them to and showing them all the data. But neither of our EDCs could have incentivized the minimum revenue guarantee that was offered to Avelo Airlines because it's not an eligible activity under their economic development laws. And so what the city did is, working with our finance department, our city manager's office, and my office, came up with, and also hired the consultant, right? Because it's all based on numbers and consultings, to understand what that number had to be and what that minimum revenue guarantee had to be. Came to you all with the consultant. This process is separate from the airport because they provide other types of incentives, which Brian can name off and I cannot, or Jose Reese can. But in terms of having a minimum revenue, that was reviewed by my office with city attorneys and finance and taken to you, because you will have the fiduciary responsibility to ensure that enterprise runs how it should be. And so I think that was what finally, without those incentives, I don't know that they would be in the city. So it was a great collaboration between the city manager's office, the legal finance department, and the airport department.
Great. And she used a key term called collaboration.
Yeah, so I'll offer my perspective. With 5 million miles, lifetime miles, it's got to do with what'll draw passengers. Okay, first off, your service area is in Brownsville. Your service area is Matamoros, South Padre Island, Laguna Madre, parts of San Benito, Rancho Viejo, and maybe beyond, right? So these folks come here and they say, okay, good service area, low cost per employment. But I think it's got to do with the fact that you now have the crown jewel of the valley. You have the nicest airport in the valley. You have one of the longest runways south of San Antonio. it's the perfect storm for growth, right? You lost a lot of market share to Harlingen, and that's no indictment on the airport administration. That's got to do with, we didn't have a nice airport, okay? And so the reason Southwest stays in Harlingen is because it's a nice airport, it's got a nice runway, it's got a bar, it's got a restaurant. People go there. So that would be from my perspective.
And I think that's part of the issue, right? Definitely competitive rates go into it. I myself have traveled to 42 countries, 26 states, and a lot of the times I've traveled out, right? Why? Because one, competitive rates. Two, it doesn't have the area of destination and so on, right? But that's why we're having this conversation to see what is it that we need to do? Or is it that, what is the goal and plan, right? And so I really appreciate you guys coming out here. I do have a lot of questions, but I don't want to bore you. So I'll probably just have to sit down and see. Does anybody else have questions?
I need to correct something though, or I'd like either Ed or Brian, whoever would like to weigh in on this. There's not only 3 destinations for Brownsville Airport. I know Avello alone flies to Burbank, to Orlando, and to Vegas. That's 3 in and of itself, plus what American does, plus what United does. So we're not only flying to 3 destinations. How many cities do those airlines service right now? Direct flights.
Direct flights total is going to be 5 flights. 5 destinations.
So Harlingen has 5 airlines and Brownsville has 3 airlines.
I get that, but you said we only service 3 cities. That's not accurate.
Okay, I did not, I'm sorry. I meant to say, we're at 6 right now?
We're at 5 destinations right now.
Yeah, so Las Vegas, Burbank, Orlando, Dallas, Houston. Did I miss anything?
No,
That's
that's 5.
Very good, thank you. Other comments I've got, first, your intro with the SOX, that shows us all the value of expertise and ensuring that as a commission, we're appointing people who are knowledgeable in the area for the board they're serving on, that we're appointing them to. And I agree with you guys. I know when I was a citizen before I was elected, when I would apply to city boards, I would only apply for quasi-judicial boards because I felt like my time is valuable and I want to feel like I'm making a difference if I'm volunteering my time. So I understand that completely. And I think with what you guys are asking for, I think there's definitely the opportunity for a more efficient process and operation and structure with ensuring we've got the budgetary restraints like you guys have talked about, which we know we have that control as the commission, checks and balances through our city auditor, through our city attorney's office with any contracts or things you guys are doing. We want to ensure also that whatever structure we look at or consider, we maintain flexibility because we know one of the things our city manager excels at is economic development. And sometimes that includes creative ways of working with prospective tenants and doing business deals that'll have a bigger net impact for the city of Brownsville rather than just a straight out rent. So keep those things in mind, but I like the direction that you guys are headed. I love the expertise that I'm already seeing. And I encourage other commissioners not just to tour the airport, but also attend a meeting every now and then of the advisory board. I know, how many commissioners have you seen over the years attend those meetings?
1. You, sir.
Thank you.
You baited me on that one.
But I got the socks, even though. Okay, so, I have a
Mayor.
couple, I think.
I want to thank you all for listening to us because we think that, we can hopefully work together down the line and come up with a great plan for our beautiful airport. I also wanted to say that, we have not just plans like, but just the airport itself. Of course, the administration and the advisory board has been working, together, discussing about bringing other airlines with other destinations that Brian could go into more about for future plans, that we have. So we do have those plans in store. But the other thing that I wanted to mention too is that I think that we have the opportunity here because Brownsville has an incredible history when it comes to this airport. I mean, here you have Charles Lindbergh and Amelia Earhart at the grand opening when it first opened. And then we come all the way to the present of the future with SpaceX being in our backyard. I think that we are also looking at an opportunity, in my opinion, from, and then talking about this on the board, about creating a center at the airport, inside maybe first, and then maybe when we get, hopefully through grants, maybe, create a type of museum, an educational center that will show our past and our future and have all these incredible examples from SpaceX and from the past. This airport also, I don't know if you all are aware of this, but they had the first blind flying school. That was the inception of radar, flying with, radar in airplanes. I mean, this is the very first place that it started. It was called blind flying at the time. And this is in the 1920s. And there's a marker out there at the old Pan American building, Pan American Airways building. So all I'm saying is that we have a tremendous opportunity, not just with the airlines, but with the airport itself, is making it a destination for our children, all the students, for people who are waiting. Maybe they have a delayed plane that happens. They can go on and go to the museum that's right by the airport. I think that we have several opportunities that we could look at in the future also concerning that entire area. Anyway, I also wanted to add, because I know these guys are pilots, I do want to say that I took flying lessons too, and I have flown planes from a Cessna 206 to a DC-3 into Mexico. And no, it was legal. Anyway, thank you very much and appreciate y'all's time very, very much, and we hope to see you again soon.
So I want to thank you for your presentation. I have been in this chair for 14 years, thankfully. And this is the first presentation from the Airport Advisory Committee that I have heard. So thank you very much for that. We did get updates, but they were not from you. I do think there's room for a hybrid model, if you will, compared to what exists now and what you're proposing. And I look forward to working with you and city management, because together we have to protect the budget and the rest of the services that the city provides, but also want to maximize efficiency and the ridership that you described. With respect to the members that are on the committee, I think everyone agrees that the commission wants to retain the authority to appoint you. Do you have, as we move through this process, please give us what you think the qualifications of those people ought to be, because I think they should be qualified if they're going to be decision makers.
Yes, to your first point, you hear the old maxim, you've seen one chair, you've seen them all. Okay, we have a saying in the aviation industry, you've seen one airport, you've seen one airport. Okay, there is no two airport governance structures that are the same. You won't find one, which is so hard, which is the reason why the survey that was done that we based a lot of our information on took years to do. And is quite extensive. It was done by the Academic Sciences out of Washington, D.C. To your second point, the quid pro quo here is that you put people that you can trust and that you feel can live up to the responsibility, okay? I'm a pilot, Javier's a pilot. That was a pilot. If you fly a plane, you're a pilot. But, and by the way, she's the former chair. She's what we consider to be our marketing guru. Luis Cavazos is our financial guru. Javier is our attorney. I don't know what I do. I just lead the meetings. But we would want you to establish criteria for the board members that you're going to entrust this responsibility to. Okay, so I think we need to come up with criteria and metrics for any future board member, if we do go in this direction, for being on that board. You just can't be on this board and just sit there. You need to contribute and you need to build on the process. Look, we're all Bronzeville natives and we're proud of this airport. I grew up behind El Jardín across the street from the airport. And when I would walk to school to El Jardín, I would see the planes fly overhead. And it inspired me to become interested in aviation, right? We're all proud of it. let's tap all the opportunity we can in this airport. Thank you.
One last thing, Ed, or maybe even for Brian. I know the numbers that you guys were showing us were through about June or July of this year. And that's just about the time that Avelo is starting their flight. So I know a lot of the traffic that's being generated by Avelo is not reflected yet. And I know we're expecting additional bumps from Vegas once that launches in September. But because we talk about how right now the grant funding is what's allowing the airport to be in the black, assuming that our trend continues and that we're performing well, because I think we're really not even having to spend as much incentive money as we anticipated,
I
because
just
ridership has been high.
Commissioner, I just received the invoices, and so we'll be having to return some MRG. So just let you know, and I will be holding, taking it to the City Commission next meeting. So in terms of, the financial aspects of those incentives, they're going to be there, they're going to be requesting their share.
But should the numbers continue to hold, do we expect that that would support airport operations without grant monies in the future? I mean, I expect you'll still continue to apply for grants, but.
Yeah. You want to field that one, Brian?
Yeah, I can feel that really simply. It's yes. Based on, it's not just the direct money that we get from the airlines. There's a lot of sort of indirect funds as well that come from increased air traffic. So we do get the passenger facility charge for each ticket that's sold on Avelo, as well as the other airlines. We also get all of the other sales revenues, as well as parking revenues, things like that, that are just, those increase based on travel. But there's also entitlement funding that comes from the federal government, which is a formula-based calculation that's based on the number of. So when those employments do get counted and recorded by the DOT, the entitlement fund gets federal government annually, those as well. So all of these different sources of funding and revenues that will increase just based on what we have right now. That would assume we don't add any more service, which of course we're trying to do that every day.
If you go to the Avelo website right now, I did this today, and you try to book to Las Vegas in September, good luck. I looked at September 8th, totally sold out. We're talking about a month from now. That's unheard of. And if we keep that growth track, we should be in my guess, about 200 to 240,000 employments by next year. We're on track right now for that.
So Commissioner, I don't want to take up, happy to continue answering it, but really we just wanted to give the presentation, and the action item would be something to bring a new ordinance, a revised ordinance, which again, it's just like recitals with a terms can be adjusted up and down by the commission. Ordinance, hopefully we can some commissioners language, of course, city department, and then get to a position where, there's something for you to actually prove. That's the direction that's the tack we took.
I heard ordinance in action.
I think you were cutting out, Brian. I just have a question
Sorry.
real quick. I fully support, being more agile and working towards a more efficient structure, right? And I think I look forward to your recommendations. I understand the airport also encompasses an industrial park. And would that include, your board overseeing that as well and making sure that that is an efficient operation?
If you recall the slide where I showed that non-aeronautical revenue is higher for, well, it's generally higher because if you have a nice restaurant, I was surprised how much revenue we draw just from the parking lot. I was speechless. So, yeah, I mean, the airport has a lot of land. There's a lot of latent potential there at the Brownsville Airport, and it's just a matter of having the agility, the authority to make things happen more quickly. I mean, we didn't put these slides up here as an indictment against anyone. It's the process that encumbers us. That's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, Water Conservation and Drought Contingency Plan.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Rene Mariscal, I'm the Water Resource Manager, actually just now the Division Manager for the Brownsville Public Utilities Board. I'm going to provide a brief overview of our Water Conservation and Drought Contingency Plan for the City of Brownsville. Sure I got this right. So a little on the history of the Water Conservation and Drought Plan. This plan has been in place from the early 80s. There's really two elements to the plan. There's the water conservation portion and the drought contingency portion of the plan. Okay, so the water conservation plan was first developed in 1984, and then there's been different revisions since then. Similarly to the drought contingency plan, which is now part of city ordinance, that was first adopted in 2002. And now what you see in the 2019 plan is the 2006 ordinance amendments. This is a state requirement, so most of the city municipalities throughout the valley, quite frankly, throughout the state, are required to have this water conservation and drought contingency plan. We update this plan every 5 years. So what you see, what we have now is the latest version is the 2019. So the next update will be in 2024, May of 2024. So we have an opportunity to make revisions. Any revisions will require a public hearing, but we do have that opportunity before May 2024. One slide on the water conservation portion of the plan. In that portion, we really talked about our utility profile. We provide updates on what efforts what conservation efforts we're undertaking. We provide our 5-year and 10-year goals. And more importantly, we talk about the different outreach that we do for our community. So now focusing primarily on the drought contingency plan. And the reason this is important because I'm going to talk about the different stages throughout the different stages of the plan. And more importantly, we're about to potentially here implement a restriction stage or stage 2. So the purpose of the drought contingency plan is to conserve and limit the demands of the water usage throughout the community during water emergencies. And you'll see that we're not quite in an emergency yet, but some reservoir levels are starting to drop. We also do this to manage the available water resources. So by that, one of our resources is the Rio Grande River. So we do this to manage that available water resource. So the authority for the plan is PUB. We set the guidelines and criteria for implementing the different stages that I'll be talking about here in a minute. And then the general manager, the PUB general manager and CEO and the city mayor or their designees initiate each of the different stages of the plan. So these are the 4 stages within the drought contingency plan. The first stage is a voluntary stage. And this is where we're at now. This is where we essentially, we reach out to the community via, the different media and ask the community to conserve water. As we get to, and you look at the levels on the right, let me tie those to our U.S. Falcon Dam and Amistad storage. So once that storage drops down to 51%, we begin this voluntary stage. Quite frankly, the levels of Amistad and Falcon have been below 51 for quite some time now, for probably maybe about 2 years. So we've been in that stage 1 for quite some time. Once you get to stage 2, which is what we implemented for the first time last summer in over 20 years, the reservoir levels at Amistad and Falcon had not dropped to those levels in over 20 years. So last summer was the first time we implemented stage 2 restrictions. And that lasted throughout the summer. And once levels increased after some recent rain events, we were back up to stage 1. And that's where we're at now. And I'll touch a little bit more on that. I'm going to focus primarily on stage 2 in the interest of time. But clearly, if there's questions regarding Stage 3 and 4, I'd be glad to answer any of the questions you have there. So once reservoir levels drop down to 15%, we haven't seen that, then we would begin, the restrictions would remain, but then there would be some surcharges as well. And then lastly, stage 4, it's rationing. That's at a severe emergency. That's not necessarily tied to reservoir levels, but that's an event of hurricane, something serious that results in us having to, to really curtail the water demand. So this is where we're at as of August 5th. Excuse me. This is reported by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. As of August 5th, the U.S. combined ownership at Amistad and Falcon stood at 24.9, so just below that 25% level. You'll note that compared to last year, we're above last year's level, but nevertheless, we have dropped below that 25%. I point out the Rio Grande watershed. One of the things that I just wanted to point out here, that a lot of the water that we receive down in this area really comes down from Mexican tributaries. That's where the Amistad and Falcon receive a lot of their water. A graph, just doing a comparison of 3 years here, 2021 in blue, 2022 in yellow, and then this year in green. You'll notice that last year, we began the year a bit lower than we did last year. And this is the Amistad and Falcon storage. But luckily, some heavy rain events here in April and May resulted in us catching up to last year's level. So again, 24.9 now. Last year's bottom, lowest level was 20.7, and that actually occurred last year this week. And then after that, we started to see some rain events and levels began to crank back up, which eventually got us out of that stage 2 to that stage 1. So a little on the restrictions. Again, the trigger, there's different triggers, but one of the ones that we follow is that 25% reservoir levels. But these are the restrictions for stage 2. Once we implement stage 2, we would now restrict the community from landscape irrigating, limiting that to twice a week. And there'd be the times that you see there from midnight to 7 and then 7 p.m. to midnight. So twice per day, but twice a week. Landscaping irrigation would be allowed with a handheld garden hose, soaker hose, or bucket no larger than 5 gallons. New landscape irrigation, vegetation, would be allowed, but you would require a variance. You would have to, you would submit a variance, and it's all this information is on our website, but you would be allowed to have a variance to be able to water for new landscape irrigation, and that would be for a period of about 4 weeks. Then you would have the opportunity to submit a second variance. Again, this is for new landscape. The washing of motor vehicles will be prohibited except on those designated times. And it would follow the same watering days as for landscape irrigation. Non-essential water use would be prohibited, and that's washing of hard surfaces, sidewalks, buildings, etc. And then we do require, once stage 2 is implemented, we do require that the golf courses, because they are heavy users, provide us with a water management plan. We review the plan and discuss with them some of the strategies for the reduction of water for them. So that's essentially it for the restrictions. We are working closely on the communication that's underway. I know our communication staff has reached out to city communication staff, and these are some of the things that we're prepping for. Some of this is quite frankly ready. Whenever the stage 2 is implemented, a press release would go out, announcement on the Herald, or social media. There's already some videos for stage 1 and social media. Stage 2 is pretty much drafted, ready to go. Information on our website, billboards, etc. Inserts as well, bill inserts, all that is ready to go. But really just wanted to provide, begin the discussion. Thank you, Mayor, for giving us the opportunity to use this media as well for passing on the stage 2 information.
Quick question.
Yes.
And great as far as all the outreach efforts you guys are making. Does PUB have anything set up for a customer to opt in to either receiving emails or text alerts whenever you have notices go out on something like this or anything? If there's service interruption, drought restrictions, anything else? Is there any type of system like that set up today?
Good evening, Commission. My name is Marie Leal. I'm the Director of Special Projects and Water, Wastewater Engineering and Planning. BPB has a program that we have, we call it Everbridge. And if people have registered, that is a way to communicate when there's emergencies, large-scale water outage and so forth. So that is how we would be able to communicate that. I don't believe that is set to be used for the water restrictions, but it can be used for that.
If it went to stage 3 or 4? would go-
Absolutely.
Okay, very
Yes.
good. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you, guys. I
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next item is consent agenda items.
Motion to approve?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion?
Mayor, I'd like to pull item 1 and 14.
14, please.
And 14?
1 and 14.
Okay, there is a motion to pull item 1 and 14, so I'll entertain a motion to approve the rest.
Done.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries.
On item 1, let's see, for the minutes of July 25th, I just wanted a couple of corrections there. It makes a note that the cost of living adjustment was a concern of mine. It was actually priority, not a concern. And on the separate analysis for firefighters, it wasn't about different compensation for those with seniority. This was about the probationary firefighters because they're not covered under the collective bargaining agreement. So I wanted them to be considered for anything that was considered for civilian. And then I know it did a good job of calling out the other things I asked for, but one thing I didn't see was Dr. Gowan's request about the grants. So we could get that added as well. And then on the August 1st meeting, on the UDC sign ordinance, the motion that was passed and the discussion we had that night, I remember also included a provision that applications had to go before planning and zoning before coming to the commission. I didn't see that reflected in the minutes. And then also digital billboards be required to provide 1,000 hours a year to the city for PSAs. I didn't see that in the minutes. Then under board appointments, number 5, it's for the Board of Adjustment, but every nomination references Building and Standards Commission below that. So we need to make that update. And on number 7, I believe the nominee was Celia Galindo. We have it misspelled as Selena Galindo right now.
And on number 14, well, you gotta get.
I'll move to approve number 1.
All right. Second. We have a motion to approve number 1 with a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
On number 14, I would just like to make sure that we do listen to what we're being told about the parking. Let's not oversell. Let's figure out how many we really can have, what the price should be. And that's basically it. I just don't want it to be set in stone that the parking is whatever number, because I haven't heard a number. All I've heard are rumors of parking permits for.
Of the number of permits that'll be sold versus number of
Yes.
spaces available.
We will do that, we'll clarify the number. It's not gonna, the number's not gonna be in the ordinance, because we could also always build a new structure, which is what we're trying to
Perfect.
do. So there may be more available in 2-3 years versus what we have now, so.
Okay, just making sure that we have that.
That we communicate that out, yes.
And,
Thank you.
and if we identify, as we're looking at that, if we identify that there's still a greater need that we're not able to address, then aside from the permits we're willing to sell for those reserved lots or those specific lots, then I would like us to consider opening up at possibly a higher price for a permit to park in downtown, just in general.
Okay, and we can, I think one thing was establishing a fee schedule and the fees. But what we can do is come back and give you that survey of the amount of parking. I think the intent is to build a structure or have more available parking because, you know, we're seeing a lot of economic growth, unfortunately, in downtown. So we'll be looking at both of those.
I just don't want to stop this because of that. That's.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but we'll come back to you. Okay? Well,
I'll move to
and
approve.
staff has been diligently
Second.
surveying our lots.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is public hearings. Public hearing number 1. Public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2023-018-S to request a specific use permit to allow a used car lot in traditional neighborhood corridor for Lot 3, Block 66, Enrique subdivision, located at 1416 Fillmore Street.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. This request is for a specific use permit. The current zoning of the property is traditional neighborhood corridor, and the proposed use is a car lot, a used car lot. The property is fronting Fillmore Street or the frontage of I-69 South. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 11 mail-outs and 0 written opposition. And as you can see from the aerial view, there is a vacant property directly to the east of it, and some other businesses such as car lots and a pet grooming facility. The predominating zoning within the area is traditional neighborhood corridor. There is also traditional neighborhood mixed use to the south. This is another aerial view. And P&Z did recommend the approval to grant a specific use permit to allow a used car lot in traditional neighborhood corridor. If approved, staff did recommend implementing the following conditions, as we have in previous cases, just to minimize or proactively address concerns that may arise. Have organized parking of inventory, additional vegetation, buffers and screening. All inventory shall be parked within the property, nothing on the right of way. Any unloading of the inventory shall be done within the property. Privacy fencing or masonry walls when abutting residential uses. In this case, there isn't any. And any nuisances produced from mechanical bodywork, we require for the work to be done within enclosed areas. Any questions?
Martin, I noticed when you referenced the privacy, you referenced privacy fence or masonry wall. Is it an either or is recommended, or is it being recommended as masonry?
No, as masonry wall.
Okay.
Yes. However, in this case, it doesn't apply because there's no residence abutting the property.
The house next door?
It's a pet grooming business.
Oh, excellent. Okay, very good. Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone here that wishes to address this item?
I'll move to close.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Public hearing now is closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Next item, public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2023-019 to rezone from residential estate to commercial corridor to allow the expansion of an existing medical office for Lot 12 Jose Almaraz subdivision located at 3125 West Alton Glore Boulevard.
So this request is to rezone from residential estate to commercial corridor for the purpose of expanding an existing medical facility. The property is fronting West Alton Glore. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 15 mailouts and 0 written opposition. This is a zoning map. What predominates within the area is residential estate and residential single family. There is some commercial corridor to the east, and residential transition to the east as well. This is another aerial view, and as you can see, there is already an existing expanded parking lot on this property. This came about around 2012. The property had a specific use permit for professional office, and that's how they were able to build the parking lot. Now what the owner of the property, what they're wanting to do is to expand like I said, the existing medical facility to separate the administrative portion of the business from the clinical. And so PMZ did recommend the approval to rezone from residential estate to commercial corridor. Any questions?
Any questions, comments? All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address this item. Good evening, please state your name.
My name is Maria Cristina Hokama, and I live on, I'm the owner of the property behind the property that wants, where they want to build an extension, right, to the office. And my concern is that ever since they did the plaza, the further down the road, I've lived here before all these developments, and we never flooded. And now it floods because that was raised, and all the properties behind on Tandy, we flood. Yeah, because we get water from the plaza. I get all the water from the building right over here. It just gets flooded in the backyards. And the point here is that we are on septic tanks on Tandy Road. So when it rains, when we have a heavy rain, we get flooded. Our septic tanks overflow. It starts with Lopez Electric, and then it goes to the neighbors, and then from the neighbors, it comes back to me, and then it goes back to the other side. I live next to the property where the building wants to be built. Okay, and so my concern is if they build something that's gonna raise the level again, and now I'm only gonna get flooded water from this side, but I'm gonna get water from this side. And we don't have nowhere to send the water out. We have no drainage on Tandy Road. We're not, we're underdeveloped. It just came also for the taxes. They had raised our taxes. I brought this up, and our taxes were lowered, a lot lower because we're underdeveloped. So my concern is, what are they gonna do once they build there? How are they gonna protect us from getting flooded? And where is he gonna, the builders, where is he gonna be discarding his water, right? And not coming back to our properties. And I do have one final question, is that before this lot was, they're asking to design it from residential, right, to commercial. How did they get a parking lot before building or before coming commercial?
Okay, so to address her concerns, as mentioned, this property did have a specific use permit for a professional office. The reason why it wasn't adequate or is adequate enough to allow the expansion is because the old ordinance limited the size that the building could be. So at that particular time, back in 2012, all they did was the expansion of the parking lot. Now they're coming back, as mentioned, to increase this, well, create a separate building that will separate the uses that are carried out in the current structure.
So the parking lot was built prior to the UDC being adopted?
Yes.
Okay, with regard to the concerns about the drainage and flooding, and especially about that other plaza, correct me if I'm wrong, properties and developments like this should be graded so that they're draining toward, in this case, Alton Glore, toward the boulevard, correct? Not to the neighboring properties behind or to the sides?
Yes, Commissioner, that's correct. Actually, in our previous meeting, we did have the same concern, it was explained that any new development has to go through the site review process. The site review process, basically, we receive the application, we review the plans, and we distribute it to the different departments that take part in the review, one of them being the engineering department. And so we, along with other departments, we check that the grading of the property is done correctly so that this type of situation does not occur.
So if she already has a problem even before this building has been built, it begs the question, was that done when the other buildings were constructed? And if whether, I mean, we can't lift the building off the land, but what can you do to alleviate the problem that she has even before this building has been built?
Well, we would have to look and see what our records have to see how Plaza Ticún, which is the plaza that you see on the screen that's 3 properties down, to see how it was built out and how the permit was approved. We would have to look at the record.
If we find that there's a defect and or that property is draining in directions that it shouldn't be draining, are there things that we can do to require that property owner to mitigate that?
So on that one, I think we would have to defer to probably legal to see how we can go about doing a retroactive mitigation.
Regarding the drainage for the improvements of this particular property, we would make sure that the property drains adequately to the front, Alton Glore. How the drainage around it is impacted is a little bit more challenging, and like Martin mentioned, it would be up to legal how that gets conveyed. But knowing the issues that they have in the area, I'll definitely meet with the citizen after the meeting to discuss what the concerns are and see what alternate solutions we have for the area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dodo.
We are in middle of Lakeway, West Lakeway, Prior Brick, Diamond Point, and all of Tandy. We're on septic tanks from Alton Glore to the highway. You see me, you don't see a lot of people here complain because the people that live in these areas are already that are older than me who cannot count. If I need to pick up signatures, I would gladly do it. But I think we're in the middle of the city. Everybody's growing where they're leaving us. I might not see it by the time it might be my grandkids who will see it, but I think we need to be considered for further development and public services to our area.
Thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you. If there's no other speakers, I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second to close. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Public hearing now closed.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay. Roll call.
Your mic.
I'm not willing to vote for it until you check on it.
All right, so we have
Nay.
three ayes and 3 nays.
I voted aye.
I have-
Who didn't vote?
I have 2 nays, Commissioner Macias and Commissioner Gowen. Who was my third nay?
Commissioner Villarreal.
Who are the ayes?
Commissioner Martinez, Commissioner De Los Santos, and Commissioner Cardenas.
To your left.
4-3.
I haven't voted, so
Yeah, the mayor hasn't voted yet.
I'm going to vote nay here as well.
So just let me ask this question. So are we voting nay until legal gives us an opinion on what we can do to hold others accountable?
I think-
What's the plan forward?
I'm voting nay because I think there's a substantial concern that's been brought to us today. And I'd like staff to use their skill levels to look into it before we vote yes. Otherwise, her concerns are not being answered.
No, but I think what staff told us is whatever's built has to drain to the front. That's the solution for this
But
project.
They didn't offer a solution to the other things.
I agree, but
Before.
can we call
Right.
point or,
Want to know about.
Point
the
of order?
whole area.
I guess, I
No,
don't know.
By right.
We voted and it's over, right? So let's.
Yeah, I mean, at
Move
this
on.
time, there
It's
has
nay,
been
let's
a
go.
vote and the nays have it, so it's been defeated.
And just to point out, the UDC does say if the decision-making body denies, they're penalized for 1 year. They wouldn't be able to come back with the same request.
And my concern, council, is that it was verbalized up here as part of the vote. I'm voting no until you check on it. But what is it that they need to check on? And now that we're hearing from the discussion, what they need to check on isn't related to this. It's related to something else.
Yeah, it's,
That's my concern.
Yeah.
No, it's not related to something else. It's not at all related to something else. It's legal. Can we table it then without denying it?
But you can always bring it back for reconsideration, and so it would require a vote of the
So that
body.
would not kick in the clause for having to wait for a whole year?
Right, as long as it does not get denied by the
Okay, so
commission.
then can we?
Could be motion to reconsider.
Consider.
Second.
We have a
Second.
motion to reconsider and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to table.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to table and a second. Any further discussion? If
yeah.
not, all,
I-
yeah, go ahead.
So we're penalizing somebody who's building something for somebody who may have done it wrong in the past. I'm just,
We're not penalizing anybody. We're saying there's a big problem there. And we as responsible, at least me personally, being responsible for my constituents, want to know more about it before I approve it. Period. I have
No,
nothing
that's fine.
against the developer or the doctor's office or whatever. I'm concerned about her concerns.
yes.
So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Item table.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, public hearing number 3, public hearing and action on first reading of ordinance number 2023-1725 of the City of Brownsville, Texas, to adopt the fiscal year 2024 annual budget. Mayor and Commissioners, this will require a roll call vote.
Good afternoon. This is a follow-up to the workshop presentation you heard on the budget and the 54 pages of financial statements attached. We're asking for you to adopt the fiscal 2024 annual budget. And as the city secretary pointed out, it requires a roll call.
All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address this item, entertain a motion to close.
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Item hearing
To
closed.
approve?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Oh,
Ayes have
it's a roll call, right?
Can I have a roll call, please?
You got to roll.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next item, we have public hearing number 4, public hearing and action on first reading of ordinance number 2023-1726 to ratify the fiscal year 2024 budget that will raise more total property taxes than last year's budget. This item requires a roll call as well.
As mentioned in the budget workshop, this year's property tax levy raises more revenue from property tax than in the preceding year. Local government code requires a separate vote of the governing body to ratify the property tax increase reflected in the budget. Vote is in addition to and separate from the vote to adopt the budget or to set the tax rate. The M&O portion of the budget, which stands for operating expenses, increases by $2,043,023. The debt portion, which includes the CO offering that will come to you for approval later in the agenda goes up by $3,299,721. Both of those amounts are contained within the budget. We're asking by this agenda item to ratify the tax revenue increase reflected in the 2024 budget.
All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission. All right, I'll entertain a motion to close.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Public hearing now closed.
Move to approve?
All right, we have a motion to approve. We have a second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Roll call, please.
Aye.
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 Aye, I'm sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
Right,
Thank
ayes
you.
have it. Motion carries.
Next item, public hearing number 5, public hearing and action on first reading of ordinance number 2023-1728, levying ad valorem taxes for the tax year 2023 for the use and support of the municipal government of the city of Brownsville, Texas for the fiscal year 2024, providing for the interest and sinking fund for the fiscal year 2024 City of Brownsville, Texas general obligation bonds.
As mentioned earlier this evening in the budget workshop, the proposed voter-approved tax rate for FY '24 is 0.607987. The FY '23 rate in existence now is 0.691919. That is a decrease of 0.0392 or 12.13%. That tax rate is broken into two pieces. 0.2379 on the debt, and the M&O is 0.370087. I will point out that the debt includes the CO offering that is coming to you later this evening.
All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission. Not, I'll entertain a motion to close.
Move to close.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Public hearing closed.
Motion to approve?
All
Second.
right, we have a motion and a second.
We
to
would
approve.
need,
You need to read it.
if you would please read the motion,
No.
please,
If
and then followed by a roll call.
Want me to read it?
If I may add that the motion needs to include the language as listed on the overhead and then vote on it, if I may add.
I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.607987, which is effectively a 10.7% increase in the tax rate.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Roll call, please.
Aye.
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 Ayes
Thank
have
you.
it. Motion carries.
Next item, public hearing number 6, public hearing and action on first reading of ordinance number 2023-1729 to approve a budget amendment for fiscal year 2023.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Jenny Garcia with Multimodal Transportation. We're requesting tonight an amendment to FY '23 budget on the Tiger Rehab Yard project. Back in 2016, B Metro and MMT was awarded the Tiger Discretionary Grant, and the city of Brownsville executed the PGA, the Project Grant Agreement, in 2019. A little background about the rehab project: it's a rehab facility, maintenance yard rehab. Sorry about that. It includes an automated bus wash, parking paved across the entire facility for employees and the current fleet. And back in July, last month, this commission awarded the contract to ZEWA for construction at $7.4 million. However, this brings us to our current available funds for the Tiger project. We have a shortfall of $2.39 million, $2.39 million, and that includes the Tiger funds and the local funds together with that shortfall. So at this time, MMT and staff is requesting approval to requesting $2.5 million to fund the remaining balance of the shortage of the project.
If I may add, in the presentation that we showed tonight for the FY '24 budget and how the '23 year-end stipends would be paid, we had this dollar amount reflected from our year-end balance as funding this. So not only does it cover this amount, it also leaves money for the stipends. So I wanted to make it clear to the commission where these monies were coming from, and we do have an adequate fund balance.
Questions or comments from the commission? I'll entertain a motion to approve.
It's a public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is a public hearing. And is there anyone here that wishes to address the commission? All right, I'll entertain a motion to close.
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it.
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Next item, public hearing number 7, public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 2023-1730, authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of up to 31 million in aggregate principal amount of combination tax and revenue certificates of obligation, Series 2023, securing the payment thereof by authorizing the levy of an annual ad valorem tax and a pledge of certain surplus revenues of the city's municipal landfill system, and approving and authorizing the execution of all instruments and procedures related thereto, delegating to certain city officials the authority to approve all final terms of the certificates of obligation, and declaring an effective date. This item will require a roll call vote as well.
Good evening. I would like to introduce this evening the city's financial advisor, Noe Hinojosa, and I may add that he's been the city's financial advisor for over 30 years. So out of respect, wanted to mention that. And then also the bond attorney who drove 4 hours to get here tonight, Jay Juarez. And both gentlemen will walk you through the CO issuance, and we're happy that they're here to support us.
I'm only 32, though. It's good to see you, Noe Hinojosa, for the record, with the Stroy Hinojosa and Company. And basically, the item tonight presented by Mr. Delmore is about delegating to your city manager and staff, I think, the pricing of this offering sometime next week. I think documents have been given to you in advance of this, and what we're seeking from you is the consent to allow us to negotiate on your behalf for the best possible interest rate, hopefully next Tuesday or Wednesday. And I will tell you that since we presented the plan of finance about a month ago, maybe 2 months ago on June 20th, interest rates have been working on your favor. So as it is, we already beating the markets, and we hope, keeping our fingers crossed, that we do this for next week. Jay, you want to add anything?
I drove 4 hours, so I might as well state my name for the record. Jay Juarez, McCall Parkerston Horton. I have the privilege of serving as your all's bond attorney. The only thing I could really add is I know this is it reads as a first reading, but 1201.028 of the Public Security Procedures Act only requires 1 reading, regardless of what a city charter or any other law says to the contrary. Just wanted to clear that for the record.
So we're looking for a motion and action.
Sure. This is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item? Not, I'll entertain a motion to close.
Move
public
to
hearing.
close. Public hearing.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? We
Ma-
need a roll call on this?
Roll call, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, ayes have it. Motion carries.
Thank you, and
Thank you.
congratulations on adopting the budget. Great job.
Thank you, guys.
Items for individual consideration. Item number 1, consideration and action to award a contract to Shirley and Sons Construction Company from Cleveland, Texas for Dean Porter Park, IFB number DPP-30-1223 for the repairs and renovations of the retaining wall and boardwalk in the amount of $737,486.85, plus the option for a 25% cost overrun maximum $184,371.72 to Shirley and Sons Construction Company as budgeted.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Roy Reyes. I'm the project coordinator for the Parks Department. And this evening, I'll be presenting to you the proposed repairs and renovations for the Dean Porter Park retaining wall. I'm not sure y'all are aware that it just really needs some repairs. So here we go. Here are some brief descriptions of what is to be done. We are gonna be installing a new boardwalk that over the water that's a little over 4,000 square feet. There'll be repairs to the existing bulkheads, such as the replacement of flat boards, members, and sheet panels. There also will be providing selective fill and compacted, because some of the areas are deteriorating. I'm not sure, I'm pretty sure y'all have seen some of that. And also they'll be installing a new bulkhead on the south side of the Ringo Pavilion. On this slide here, you'll see this is the master plan of what's the project to be done. From the Ringo Pavilion all the way to the maintenance shop would be the existing bulkhead that will be in repairs. The major repairs on this would be where would be the Ringo Pavilion behind the Children's Museum. This is where it's really deteriorating. And the other section you see on the south side of the pavilion is going to be the new bulkhead, which would be about 155 feet of new bulkhead installed in that area. And on this slide here, this is where we'll be installing the new boardwalk. You have the two existing pavilions, the open pavilions that are there. There'll be a boardwalk. And mind me, this is going to be a phase one. We're looking into also installing a kayak ramp, and this project would be considered to be a phase two. That won't be included in this, but this boardwalk will be there tying into the existing sidewalks that are in that area. Only one seal bid was received on May 4th, 2023 by Shirley and Son Constructions Company, Inc. from Cleveland, Texas. And the construction cost for this project is $737,486.85. This project will be funded by the Infrastructure Maintenance Fund that was approved in the fiscal year 21 as part of the 5-year capital improvement plan. Parks and Recreation Department recommend your approval. Any questions?
I know that, and I've looked at this extensively. It looks like most of what we have there today is wood up on the top. And then I don't know if it's fiberglass or some type of other composite material that makes up what the retaining wall is today.
Yeah, it'll be the sheet panels that they're going to be installing, yes.
So is it the same type of materials that are going to be used for this job, or is there going to be something different, stronger?
It's going to be the same type, but they are going to put more anchors on there, because I don't think there was not sufficient amount of anchors to the beams, existing beams, which started loosening up. And that's why everything started falling apart. So there will be an engineer overseeing this project too, with Sames was our engineer for this project. So they'll be overseeing, and we're.
What type of warranty will come with it?
I got to get back with you on that.
Let's make sure that the work's guaranteed.
Motion to approve?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Also, please say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, consideration and action to award specific and aggregate stop loss medical insurance coverage for plan year 2023-2024 to ISU Companion Life.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Ivan Reyes with Organizational Development and Human Resources. So this evening, we have the recommendation for the renewal of the stop loss medical and aggregate insurance for the city of Brownsville for the upcoming plan year, starting on October 1st. And to present the the recommendation and also give some information on this information. We have Mr. Tommy Taylor, and he is the managing consultant with Higginbotham that has been working with our TPA and with our benefits, SA Benefits Administration Stop Loss Company to gather the information and present this to you. So I'm going to pass it on to Mr. Tommy Taylor.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, it's been a long night, so I'll try to be brief, but I want to answer any questions that you may have. The city has been on a self-funded insurance plan for a number of years, and with that self-funded plan comes stop-loss insurance. That's just a purchase that takes place every year. This past year, you were with Voya. Voya is a large stop-loss company. Companion Life is a large stop-loss company. As a matter of fact, they write the majority of stop-loss with Texas Municipal League, which is now Texas Health Benefits. They've changed their name, but they're one and the same. The city's current administrator is Texas Health Benefits. If it were any other year, we probably wouldn't be recommending a change from Voya, but there's a particular term within this contract that is very advantageous for the city. It removes approximately $750,000 of potential liability, not for sure liability, but potential liability. And it does so at a price that's slightly less than where you were last year. So a couple of things for you to know: your city HR, city management, finance. I couldn't have been here on a better night listening to your budget be proposed. They always look at your employees first. They look at the citizens of the city next, and then we begin to look at cost. So this is our second year of working with the city. We've been successful in holding cost in line 2 years in a row with one of the highest inflation medical care that you can possibly have. We put in a program last year, thanks to the city allowing us to propose it, that has year-to-date saved about $900,000 by the end of the year. It'll be at $1.2 to $1.3 million. So there's some really good things happening. This year, we're going to enhance some benefits to your city employees while maintaining that cost. But today, and I know this sounds strange, we need approval for the stop loss. The reason for that is the firm rate that we have is good through tomorrow in the day. So we've got to get it approved, we've got to get it signed off on, and we've got to get it to the carrier. So if you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer those. And if you don't, we just need your vote.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you very much. We
Thank you.
appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next item, consideration and action to approve resolution number 2023-110, nominating Columbia Valley Healthcare System, LP, to the Office of the Governor Economic Development and Tourism through the Economic Development Bank for designation as a qualified business and enterprise project under the Texas Enterprise Zone Program under the Texas Enterprise Zone Act, Chapter 2303, Texas Government Code.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Marina Solesi with the City Manager's Office. Good evening. Joining us tonight is Ms. Marla Sandoval. She's with Valley Regional. She's a Director for Business Development. And we also have Mr. Omar Khan. He assists Valley Regional. He's with Ryan, and he assists with incentives. So tonight, this is a resolution asking for a nomination for Columbia Valley Healthcare System, LP, which is Valley Regional Medical Center, for a designation for the enterprise project under the Texas Enterprise Zone Act. The city of Brownsville in 2012 passed an ordinance electing to participate in this program. And the municipalities that are under the population of 250,000 can have up to 6 designated enterprises during a state biennium. So we currently have 3. The last one was Rich Products. And so the program provides for state sales and use tax refunds, which are determined based on the company's planned investment. So we do have Mr. Omar Khan, which will share what the proposed investments are from Valley Regional, which we are appreciative.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your time.
So Valley Regional Medical Center proposes they plan to invest $8 million over the next 5 years. And they plan to create 10 full-time positions. Just 1 second. And the proposed investment is related to expanding and renovating their cardiology department, which includes the refresh of the second floor cardiac unit with new electrophysiology and end-of-life equipment. And this project also includes improvements to their 2 cath labs, which includes supporting equipment to improve patient experience over the next 5 years.
I'll move to approve.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Next item, board appointments. Item number 1, consideration and action, if any, to approve resolution number 2023-104 to appoint, reappoint, and/or remove members of the Transit Advisory Committee.
Mayor, City Commissioners, good evening. This item was tabled during the last meeting, and so in your packet, we included the resolution and the ordinance. The reason that it seems that the members serve 3 years, 4 years is for when a member leaves during the first meeting, when they appointed for the 2-year, the next member that gets appointed finishes their term plus an additional 2 years without coming back to the commission. And so in the case of Gregorio and of Scott Fry, that's exactly what happened, where the commission appointed a member. That member only lasted 1 or 2 meetings. They resigned. They were appointed to finish either the year or 2-year remaining in that term, plus the additional 2 years as per the ordinance.
Is that supported by law anywhere? And I'm asking council this question.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
So the statement is that if somebody steps off the board and I'm nominated to replace them, and there's a year left on their term, that means I get to finish out that year plus the next 2 years for a full term without it coming back to the commission.
It depends on the particular policy that created the board. And in this particular one, I don't know
So the ordinance was created, and so commission, we can still change that ordinance. We can come back, make changes, then we can
Because it
appoint
still
new
begs
members.
the question, how does Gregorio Rincones have a 4-year term? Because he couldn't have been appointed to fulfill 2 years of somebody else's and get 2 years of his own. And now he's got 4 years, but that's what this data is showing us.
It wasn't 2 years, it's a year and 11 months. And so we had one member that
The dates
attended,
don't support that, though. You're showing June 16th of 2020 to June 16th of 2024. If it was 11 months, it would have had to expire in May of 24.
yeah, that was what staff told me, so.
So are appointments that we'd even be entertaining tonight for terms that are completely vacant and it would just be 2 years? Or are some of these unexpired terms and they'd be getting multiple years? Who can answer that for us today?
well, we would have to pull the ordinance, which we're doing right now.
So I'm going to motion to table.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to table. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion table, or item table.
Thank you.
Item number 2, consideration and action, if any, to approve resolution number 2023-095-B to appoint, reappoint, and/or remove members on the Animal Regulation and Care Advisory Committee.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Antonio Caldwell, Public Health and Wellness. Bringing back for your consideration the 3 remaining positions that we have for the RCAT Committee. I believe that we're still pending appointments from Commissioner Gowan, Commissioner Macias, and Commissioner Villarreal.
I'd like to move to appoint Javier Para.
Motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to appoint Lahoma Pedersen.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I move to nominate Candace Avila.
I believe that third appointment is mine, isn't it?
Can you go back to the previous
Did
slide?
you say, I'm sorry, I thought I heard Macias, right?
I think you appointed Sandra Garza the other meeting.
Last
Commissioner.
week.
Yes, that is correct. I apologize, Commissioner Macias, you did appoint Sandra last commission meeting.
I'll move to appoint Mia Barraza.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, it is now 8:55. Would you like to make a motion to go into executive?
I move to adjourn to executive session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. We are now going.
The
into-
following items will be considered during executive session. Item number one, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.076, deliberation regarding security devices or security audits regarding migrant influx update. Item number two, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property deliberation, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to Project Glory. Item number three, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property deliberation, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to Project Ocean. Item number four, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property deliberation, and 551.086, competitive matters related to Project Spark. Item number five, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property deliberation, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to Project Straw.
Look at those drivers. Ito, Pedro. Rosario left.
And without him, I'm sure he won't mind.
Mayor, it is now 10:09. Next item, possible action on any items discussed in executive session. Action item number 1, consideration and action, if any, related to Project Glory.
All right, I entertain a motion on this item.
I thought this was no action.
On this one, there's no action.
There's no action on this one?
No.
All right.
It'll be the
This one
next.
is no
All right,
action.
No
on
action.
this item.
No, this one's there's no action on one.
Action, yeah.
We'll have action on
It's
two.
just the last one.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's no action.
Action, item number 2, consideration and action, if any, related to Project Straw.
I'll move to proceed as discussed in executive session.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Next item is adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Meeting adjourned.
It is now 10:10. Meeting has ended.
All this.